Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. If we were in public, Mr. Dresden, I'd have you killed for speaking that way to me. If we were in public, I told him, you'd try. I drew myself up and glared down my nose at him, ignoring Hendrix's looming presence. Now, get the hell out of my office. Marconi straightened his jacket and high tie. I presume, Mr. Dresden, that you are going to continue your investigation with the police department. Of course. Marconi walked around my desk, past me, and toward my door. Hendrix followed in his wake, huge and quiet. Then in my own interests, I must accept your offer and aid the investigation however I might. Look up the name Harley Macfin. Ask about the Northwest Passage project. See where they led you. He opened the door. Why should I believe you? I asked him. He looked back at me. You have seen the deepest reaches of my soul, Mr. Dresden. You know me in a way so profound and intimate that I cannot yet fathom its significance. Just as I know you. U.S. Hold know that I have every reason to help you, and that the information is good. He smiled again, wintry. Just as you should know that it was unwise to make an enemy of me. It need not have been this way. I narrowed my eyes. If you know me so well, you should know that there's no other way it could be. He pursed his lips for a moment, and did not try to refute me. Pity, he said, a true pity, and then he left. Hendrix gave me a pig-eyed little glare, and then he was gone too. The door shut behind him. As Marconi left the irritatingly useful wizard's office, Hendrix rumbled behind him. Should I be sending a guy here to check up on Mr. Dresden later? No. Marconi replied, preparing to expand as they trooped down the stairs of the building, only to hold the words back. As he saw another man ascending the stairs below them. Oh, hello, the dark-haired man stated cheerfully, you wouldn't happen to know if the office of the wizard Harry Dresden is up there, would you? Marconi stared into the man's over-bright green eyes for a moment before responding as Hendrix shifted behind him, feeling a strange sensation that the crime boss associated with the beginnings of the soul gaze he had shared with Dresden. Waiting several moments for a gaze that didn't come despite the signs, he eventually responded with a simple, yes. The unidentified man gave them a key. CK grin in response before bounding up the stairs two at a time, giving Marconi time to analyze his ratty and somewhat unclean appearance. Wait, Marconi called, causing the man to pause, are you a wizard? The man turned and raised a surprised eyebrow. Yes, he stated. How did you know? Intuition, Marconi replied shortly, before reaching into his coat pocket. Take this, and after your business with Dresden, come see me at my club. I have an offer you may find yourself interested in, Marconi instructed, not wasting time on pleasantries. The man quirked an eyebrow. Sounds like fun, he stated, glancing at the details on the card before continuing. Depending on what I find out within the next few minutes, I might just swing by. Marconi took note of the fact that the man cavalierly treated the offer that was anything but as an optional invitation. The man either didn't know who he was, in which case he was rather uninformed about the city, did know who he was and was being a fool, or did know who he was and was confident enough in his own power that he could act the fool. Marconi would withhold judgment for now. The man tucked the card into a frayed pocket and began ascending the stairs backwards. Thanks for the info and the card. I'm Harry by the way. Without another word he disappeared around the corner, still walking backwards. Marconi couldn't help but feel a small twinge of amusement when he overheard Hendrix's muttered comment. Joy. Because one wizard named Harry wasn't enough. Harry Dresden sighed as he massaged his temples. Dealing with Marconi always left him with a headache. He was startled out of his musings by a knock at the door. Come in, he called, somewhat grouchily. A dark-haired, green-eyed man stepped through the portal to his office. A dull buzz on his magical senses told Harry that his visitor was a practitioner. He straightened and fixed his eyes on the man, noting that despite his initial assumption, he couldn't yet be out of his teens. His hand drifted to his blasting rod unobtrusively. Can I help you? Dresden asked shortly, his patience for the day already dangerously low. I certainly hope so, the and replied with more cheer than should be legal, clearly finding something greatly amusing. But first, I must ask if you really are a wizard. Something about his tone made Dresden scowl. He gestured sharply, and the door that the stranger had just stepped through gusted close with a bang. Happy? He inquired, feeling inordinately pleased by the surprised expression on his visitor's face. Very much so, the teen replied, before reaching into a pocket on his long baggy pants and pulling out what looked to be a rather fragile blasting rod. Before Dresden had his own rod aimed at the now possible foe. He pointed his own rod at the ragged chair that was provided for clients and gave it a sharp flick. Dresden blinked, lowering his focus in surprise. In the place of his old ragged chair now sat a rather comfortable-looking padded armchair. He made a note to swap the chair around with his own before looking back to see that the annoying grin had now become a pleased smirk. Dresden scowled and tried to look like he hadn't just been about to attack his visitor. Well then, he stated, leaning back into his own inadequate chair. What can I do for you, Mr. Harry? The man replied, confusing Dresden slightly before continuing, Harry Potter. And I was hoping you'd be able to answer a few questions I have. Fire away, Dresden told Potter, and depending on the questions, we can discuss payment afterwards. Potter nodded before leaning forward. Okay, first question. What part of the States am I in? Noticing Potter's British accent for the first time, Dresden replied, Chicago. Potter nodded. What year is it? A pause. 2001. It's January. If I said the words Hogwarts, Voldemort or Crumplehorn Snarkack to you, what would you think? That you've been playing around with anagrams and that you're no good at it, Dresden promptly replied. Potter frowned as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, that's just grand. Am I gonna get an explanation for all these questions? Dresden asked pointedly. Oh, it's nothing much, Potter waved away. Just, discovered that I'm pretty sure I've somehow crossed the boundary between dimensions. To a realm where wizards advertise in phone books and get job offers from random men with bodyguards who can apparently tell a wizard by sight. Dresden held back a bullshit at the incredulous claim at being an outsider. He'd had a few crazies wander into his office in his time, although they were usually non-practitioners, and he usually had enough patience to put up with them for a short while. This time, however, he was irritated, had work to do and people to protect. Preparing himself, Dresden looked the self-proclaimed ancient malevolent being in the eye. It was like staring into a broken mirror. He was fractured, warped, yet still whole. He was a grown man, past his prime but not yet old, patches of gray marring his dark hair, a worn, weathered face and tired, distant green eyes. All around him was an infinite grayness, and he was drifting in the center of it. Sickly green light waxed and waned just out of sight. The man's distant eyes focused suddenly on a faraway point. A dark wraith approached, two red-slitted eyes watching from within. In an instant it was before the man, and then it struck. A great and terrible battle occurred in the blink of an eye. And the gray landscape slowly began to turn dark. The man assaulted the shadow with unparalleled ferocity, ripping and tearing without mercy. A transparent hulking white form loomed around the man, lashing at his foe with him. The wraith began to howl as black liquid boiled from its wounds, before attempting to flee, only for the man to draw it into himself and consume it. The once gray landscape had now descended completely into darkness, pressing in around the man. He hunched over, as if in pain, before beginning to tear at his face as thousands of tiny ripples moved beneath his skin. Sharp nails tore at skin, strips of flesh coming off in swaths. A horrible scream rent the darkness that pressed in against him, before it was cut off abruptly. When he rose again, there was no evidence that he had been in any sort of struggle at all, save for a split second of distortion, his face replaced by a grinning skull with green eldritch flame burning in his eye sockets, a glittering loke over one shoulder and a dark slender wand in his hand, before he raised his head to gaze at the empty darkness above him, focusing on the single speck of white to be seen. The darkness weighing down upon him, the man began a journey towards the light that he knew instinctively would never end. The two Harrys paused, still breathing heavily as they processed the contents of the soul gaze. Dresden had never had one quite that intense, and it looked like it was Potter's first time. Dresden quickly shut off all lines of thought continuing in that direction. Outsiders don't have souls, Dresden blurted suddenly. What? Potter asked blankly. Outsiders. What are they? Powerful beings that are locked beyond the boundaries of our dimension, the outer gates. They don't have souls and need to be summoned to enter our world. Pardon me, Dresden explained sarcastically, but you don't exactly seem like a malevolent being with more firepower than half the Starfleet. Even if that isn't normal magic, Dresden accused, pointing at the chair Potter sat on, now recognizing it as an actual transformation rather than an illusion. Outer gates. What are you talking about? I didn't come through any gates. Potter responded, his annoying grin and cheerful demeanor gone. Last thing I remember before I got to wherever here is going back to a girl's place, and then waking up in a gutter 2 days ago. Let's just calm down, Dresden suggested, his eyes on the blasting rod that Potter was holding as he waved his hands around wildly. Potter gave a begrudging grunt as he sank back into his transformed armchair that Dresden was now definitely stealing for his own once Potter left. You have a soul. That's how we were able to have a soul gaze, Dresden stated, getting his thoughts in order and ignoring Potter's mutter about how he damn well better have a soul after all the troubles he went though with it. I don't know where you come from, but having a soul is a plus in my book. So good to know, Potter shot back sarcastically. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Dresden replied blithely, before shooting him an equally sarcastic glare. You gonna keep cracking Joe Kess at the poor dimension traveler's expense, or are you going to help me out here? Dresden frowned, not quite ready to accept the newcomer's word at face value, no matter what his soul gaze had shown him. You really think you've come from another dimension? Yeah, pretty sure, Potter replied with a roll of his eyes. I popped over to Scotland and found a few noteworthy locations missing. Seeing as this was the place I came to I came back here and had a bit of a look around. I used a few spells in that time and my magic feels different. On top of that soul gaze thing of yours passed right through my mental shields. It just ignored them. There isn't a single field of magic that works like that where I come from. Okay, Dresden nodded decisively as he decided to help the apparently magical, if deluded, man. Here, he reached over to a showing of pamphlets on his desk before shuffling them around for several in particular, before handing 2 over to Potter. Potter gave the pamphlets a glance. Their titles, So You've Been Living in a Cave, and The Laws of Magic jumped out at him. The first was considerably thicker than the second, which was only a single piece of paper folded in 2. I wrote the cave one for new apprentices or practitioners who had stumbled into the craft on their own. The Laws of Magic one is something you need to know, Dresden stated seriously. I don't know what sort of magic you're used to throwing around, but if you'd used that little transfiguring trick, here he nodded at Potter's chair, on a person, you'd have just broken one of the laws. His voice became deadly serious. The punishment for which is death, and I don't think you'd get a pass just because you're apparently not from around here, he finished sarcastically, his tone disbelieving. Potter's eyes narrowed at the thought of someone telling him what he could and couldn't do with his magic. He'd had quite enough of that in his old world. Catching his expression, Dresden expanded on his explanation. There are only 7 laws, and unless you've gone over to the dark side and only transform objects, not people, I'm fairly sure you'll be able to avoid breaking any laws. Potter nodded his understanding once. I'll make sure I'm never accused of breaking these laws. Just out of curiosity, who would be enforcing the penalty for breaking a law? Dresden took note of Potter's distinction in his answer but replied anyway. The White Council, he replied with slight distaste. But that's explained in So You've Been Living in a Cave. Pretentious, Potter muttered. 5 galleons says they've all got a rusty dildo up their asses. Despite not knowing what exactly a galleon was, Dresden nodded with distaste. A spiked one, he added, remembering his own experiences with them. Mostly, anyway, he amended. Potter rose to his feet, his mind elsewhere. If there is anything else I need to know, will you be able to help? Maybe, Dresden shrugged. I have problems of my own that need dealing with. Potter turned and walked to the door, before turning partially to look back at Dresden. For your help, thank you, he admitted quickly, as if it had been irritating to do so. Anytime, Dresden mocked with a gracious nod of his head. He watched as the apparent dimension-traveling wizarding outsider left his office and decided that with his current wolf problem, He really couldn't be buggered to look into problems that were so clearly above his pay grade. Then he stole his chair. Harry walked down the sidewalk feeling rather strange. Here he was, supposedly in another dimension against his choice with no apparent way to get back, and he really couldn't bring himself to care. His friends were all long dead, so there was no pressing issues there. Also, Harry highly doubted the Aurors, Hitwizards or even the Unspeakables would be able to pursue him here, so that was a rather nice headache to be absolved of. Sure, he had lost his home, possessions, and all of his money, but those could be gained anew. He still had his wand. Both of them, more importantly, as well as his family cloak, so no truly irreplaceable items had been lost. Even if he had never been able to track down the stone. Pondering his lack of accommodation and money with which to acquire it, Harry had begun to consider which banks he sue. LD Rob when he recalled the strange meeting with the businessman on the stairs to Dresden's OFFM his card. Figuring it was worth a shot, he checked the address on the card and hailed a nearby cab. 40 minutes later, Harry was dropped off at a club by a cab driver who was sent on his way with a quick compulsion not to ask for the fare. The club was open, despite it being 1 in the afternoon. Upon entering, Harry blinked rapidly to adjust his eyes to the lack of sunlight as a tall figure approached him. It was the bodyguard-type fellow who had been with this, Marconi. "Mr. Marconi has been waiting," he told him shortly. Harry hemmed a response as he was led to an unremarkable door at the back of the club, that opened up to a neat office, brightly lit unlike the club. Marconi sat at his desk examining several files as he absently ate a sandwich. Harry took a seat in front of the desk as his escort took up a position beside the door, giving him an uncomfortable itching sensation between his shoulders. After several long moments, Marconi looked up. "I am glad to see you took me up on my invitation," Marconi greeted evenly. "Mr. Potter," Harry replied openly, despite being on guard. "Although I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here. Can't say I've ever put much thought into the entertaining business," he added with a nod in the direction of the club area. Entertainment is hardly my primary industry, although I do make a certain profit from it," Marconi stated after a short pause, wiping his hands on a napkin. "I run a business that deals in slightly less than reputable trades and sometimes less than legal items." Harry looked Marconi in the eyes for several long seconds, before glancing over his shoulder at the guard and noting the slight bulge in his coat. "Maybe a proper introduction would help," Harry asked, keeping both men in sight. Marconi appeared amused, steepling his fingers on his desk. "Very well, I am known as, Gentleman, Johnny Marconi, and I run a certain side of Chicago." "The North Side?" Harry asked in apparent confusion. Marconi frowned. "No, not Key," he broke off, staring at Harry. "Of course you would have a sense of humor." Harry shrugged, slightly disappointed that his ruse of cluelessness had been seen through so easily. "You're a mobster, apparently looking to hire a wizard. That's why you were at Dresden's office, right?" "Correct. You hire him too. Mr. Dresden and I have a certain conflict of opinion on certain issues that would make a working relationship difficult," Marconi answered after a moment of thought. "And as I currently find myself in need of a wizard in my employ, I am willing to offer you a slightly lucrative job if you would consent to a few questions that I might have. A better idea of your motivations and general trustworthiness." "Lucrative, you said. Sounds appealing," Harry answered. "You don't want me to turn someone into a toad first to prove anything." Marconi gave him a hard look. "Mr. Potter, if I hired you under the assumption that you could deliver magical services and you were found lacking, you would find yourself in a rather perilous position. I had assumed that you have ample common sense." "Understandable," Harry shrugged, seemingly undeterred by the implied threat. "Sure you don't want me to turn someone into a toad for you?" Marconi's lips twitched, just barely. "Perhaps later," he offered humorlessly, before surveying Harry for a long moment. "You have no compunctions about working in organized crime." Harry snorted. "People are sheep, and at least people like you are honest about what they do." "Besides," Harry smirked, "I somehow get the feeling that you run a fairly clean business." "Indeed," Marconi agreed, leaning back in his chair and reaching down to retrieve a single piece of paper from a drawer. "If you will look over this contract and sign, you may begin your employment immediately." Harry reached out to take the contract. Skimming through it quickly, He smiled when he reached the part concerning his wages and bonuses, but frowned in puzzlement when he saw that the only requirement of him was to keep Marconi safe from supernatural threats. Perhaps he had angered a wizard. This looks pretty good, Harry agreed after a short while. But there's one more thing I'd like. And what might this be? Marconi queried. A new identity, driver's license, bank card, passport, job history, the whole shebang. I'm kinda new in town. Marconi tilted his head slightly as he examined Harry. Will your need for a new identity possibly interfere with my business? No. Marconi stared at the short answer, expecting a more thorough explanation. When none was forthcoming, he nodded slowly. Very well, I'll see that arrangements are made. Harry beamed broadly at Marconi, causing the mob boss to frown internally. Swift mood changes were often a sign of instability. As he watched the wizard sign the contract provided with a flourish, he concluded that as long as the young man could help with his wolf problem, he could deal with any other issues as they came. Hendricks, have a driver take Mr. Pot to the downtown offices and introduce him to Miss Blue, Marconi instructed, before the barest beginnings of a wry grin tugged at his mouth. I'm sure she's getting bored. Hendricks gave a nod in reply before opening the door for Harry as the wizard rose from his seat. With a nod to his new boss who was already absorbed in his work once more, Harry left the room with the odd thought that maybe he should get himself some robes so he could have them billow dramatically whenever he left a room. Harry spent the car drive looking over the brochures that Dresden had given him back in his office. So you've been living in a cave and the laws of magic. Examining the laws first, he found them fairly simple and obstructive. Thou shalt not kill by use of magic. So killing without magic was okay. And what was he supposed to do if another wizard came at him? Hack at them with a sword. Thou shalt not transform others. So no repeats of Malfoy the amazing bouncing ferret. He could live with that. There were other ways to humiliate a foe. Thou shalt not invade the mind of another. Keep the legilimency to the muggles. Thou shalt not enthrall another. That could be a problem. Imperio was such a useful spell at times. Thou shalt not reach beyond the borders of life. He had never really been one for Inferi anyway. Thou shalt not swim against the currents of time. Whoops. Death penalty in the 3rd year of school. Thou shalt not seek beyond the outer gates. Outer gates. Outsiders. Maybe this was what Dresden was accusing him of being earlier. They couldn't be too bad if he mistook him for one. Harry threw the pamphlet out the window as they arrived at their destination, breaking him from his musings. Looking out the window, Harry took in the view of a receding skyscraper lacking any particular identifying feature. Stepping out of the car and ignoring it as it pulled away behind him, Harry entered the lobby of the building, idly wondering what he was expected to do now. His musings were interrupted by a sharp English accent. Hey, you the wizard. Turning to the new voice, Harry was confronted by a woman who would be lucky to be out of her teens. Sitting on the counter of the reception desk, she wore a gray woman's business suit with the shirt unbuttoned, revealing a tight white blouse and a very obvious hand cannon hanging off the hip of her business pants. Her face seemed naturally cheeky, an expression accented by the pointed studs in both her eyebrows, as well as her vibrant blue hair. Miss Blue, Harry answered wryly. At her nod he continued. Good to meet someone else who speaks proper English. I'm so glad I meet your approval, she shot back with a South African accent as she hopped down off the counter and approached him. I'm CNE besides the boss though. Susie Blue. Harry tried it out. What can I do for you? He grinned at the silly little rhyme. Give me enough personal details to steal your face and take over your life, Susie replied brightly. Harry blinked. Or enough personal details to create a history for you. Geez wizard, thought you'd have a sense of humor, Susie muttered as she gestured for Harry to follow her to the elevator. Why's that? Harry asked nonchalantly as the elevator doors closed and they began to ascend. Nauseating elevator music began to permeate the small metal box. Susie rolled her eyes as she watched the floor number count rising. Hello, wizard, I've got no idea what the boss could want with you. I figure he hired you for laughs, cause there's no way he actually believes you. When there was no reply forthcoming, the young woman turned to face Harry. Don't tell me that off. Where the fuck did you go? In a single smooth action, the revolver at H.'s waist was drawn and aimed loosely at the floor. She jumped when a chuckle seemed to come from the air in front of her. Upon closer inspection, Susie realized she could make out a blurred outline of the supposed wizard. "What the fuck?" she breathed as Harry seemed to fade into view. "Chameleon spell," the green-eyed wizard told her smugly as he buffed his nails. "Works best in enclosed SP. Aces so no one can get around you to see the sides of it." "Bloody fucking hell," Susie swore again in shock, Harry noting that she slipped subconsciously into an Australian accent. "Still think I was hired for laughs?" Harry inquired mildly as his spell faded completely. "Maybe the boss does know what he's on about," Susie allowed as she holstered her hand cannon. A soft ding signaled that they had arrived at their destination. "So glad I meet your approval," Harry teased as he followed her through a maze of occupied office cubicles to an office on the far side of the floor. "Don't push it, wizard," Susie warned as she produced a key and unlocked the office door, before closing it behind Harry as they walked inside. The office was sparse, with a wooden desk and computer occupying most of the space and no ornaments on the wall. "I have a name, you know," Harry told her conversationally as he sank into a comfortable chair in front of her desk as Susie sat down on the other side. "I'm sure you do, but I don't want to know it," Susie informed him tartly as she began to type rapidly at the computer. "What I do want to know are the salient points of your new life," she added before pausing in her typing and looked at him expectantly. "Name, gender and place of residence please." Harry quickly marshaled his thoughts. The best cover stories always contain twisted, but unrecognizable versions of the truth, making them easier to remember than completely new identities, but still pass inspection from those who used to know the user. However, Harry wasn't expecting to be hiding from any of his old acquaintances here. "Harry Potter," he answered easily. "In case you couldn't tell by my generously proportioned breasts, I'm a male. I don't have a place of residence at this point in time." Susie made a few more rapid keystrokes. "I'll build your identity up around this basic information, so you'll have to make sure to glance over your ID once it's finished, which should be in a few days," she explained. "Just make sure not to memorize too much of it. Officials like to make a note of anyone with perfect recall of their driver's license number without checking it." Several minutes later, Susie had finished compiling Harry's new life. She handed him a number of printouts as they issued from a nearby printer, before leaning over to a chunky machine T. Had just finished spitting out a number of plastic cards. Upon closer examination, they turned out to be honest-to-God health care, driver's license and public library cards. "Happy birthday, Sue," Z told him as she handed him the cards. "You just turned 21. You can just print these things out like that?" Harry asked with slight disbelief. "Government's gotta buy their machines from somewhere," Susie smirked. "The boss told me to get your ID set up pronto, so they should be in the system and official by tomorrow morning. Also, you get your signing bonus and first fortnight's pay in advance," she told him cheerfully, laying a suitcase that had apparently been waiting under her desk before they came in, before clicking it open. Harry grinned brightly at the sight of the rows of bundled cash. Susie rolled her eyes at him. "Don't go blowing it all at once," she cautioned. "It's gotta last you another month." "I think I can make it stretch," Harry told her seriously. Lucrative pay indeed, Harry thought to himself. "Good to hear," Susie replied, before checking her phone as it buzzed. "The boss would like to see you tomorrow at 9, at the same club you met at earlier," she informed him. "Until then, you've got some free time." Harry nodded, taking it in. He really did love earning money for himself. It was so much more fun than inheriting it, better way of keeping score too. Then he glanced from the now closed suitcase full of money to Susie. "Susie my dear, I can't help but notice I've recently come into a nice amount of money. Would you perhaps like to spend a night on the town with? Call me, my dear, and we're going to have problems," Susie told him sweetly, resting her chin between her palms as she placed her elbows on the desk. "And I'm afraid my family would never forgive me if I went out with an Englishman." Harry sighed mournfully. "Whatever shall I do with all this cash then? Buy a hooker. Find someplace to stay. Whatever you're going to do it somewhere that isn't here," Susie told him unsympathetically. "Some of us are still on the clock for another 2 hours. A hooker. Well, if you insist," Harry replied doubtfully, rising from his chair. Maybe I could go have a beer or two before that though. Potter, Susie snapped, if you don't stop flaunting the fact that you have time and money to burn in front of those who do not. I am going to throw this stapler at you. What, you mean my full free night ahead of me and the thousands of? Susie threw a stapler at him. 2 hours later, Harry found himself sitting atop his shiny new motorbike outside an impressive-looking hotel. The bike was clearly built for speed, and was garnering a few appreciative looks from passers-by. A bit of subtle wand work, eh? Harry had purchased it for so little of the original price he might as well have just stolen it. As it was, it had still cost a nice chunk of his suitcase of money. Still, the free leather riding gear was a nice addition. Kicking the bike stand out and removing the key from the ignition, Harry made his way through the hotel doors and towards the reception. The lobby floor was decked out in white marble, while a number of columns dotted around the ground floor were covered in black. Approaching the attractive young receptionist who was watching him expectantly, he pulled out his best, "I'm a good guy" smile. "Good evening and welcome to the Estiva Hotel. Is there anything I can do for you?" The blonde woman greeted professionally. "I'll have your best room, thanks," Harry returned with an expansive gesture. Wand hidden within the long sleeve of his new leather jacket. The woman blinked blankly for several moments, before turning her gaze to her computer. Several minutes later, and a confused declaration that he was sure he'd arranged with the management to pay upon leaving, Harry was riding the elevator to the third from the top floor. Another few minutes after that, and he was walking through the door to his room, a veritable apartment, and the first real bed he'd slept on. His new riding boots, jacket and shirt, Harry collapsed onto the bed and was asleep in moments. Harry woke abruptly at 8:30 the next morning, experiencing a moment of disorientation before the previous day's happenings came back to him. Rolling off the bed, he stumbled into the shower that he had inspected briefly the evening before, shedding his clothes before stepping under the near-scalding water for a proper wake-up call. 10 minutes later Harry stepped out of the bathroom in a pair of thoroughly scorchified jeans that he'd been wearing for several days straight now, a gray shirt and his new favorite leather jacket, pausing only to retrieve his riding boots from where he'd kicked them the night before heading out the door. He paid absolutely no mind to the small child with vibrant red, almost orange, hair who was loitering next to the elevators as he entered them. Putting away her unusually serious gaze followed him down to his less than stellar appearance. Stepping out of the hotel doors, it was a simple matter to remove the avoidance and not charms that had allowed his bike to remain on the footpath of the busy hotel unmolested, as it wouldn't do to be weaving in and out of traffic whilst wearing charms that made drivers of larger, meaner cars ignore him. Checking his old, battered watch, Harry saw he had 15 minutes during rush hour to make a trip that would probably take 25 during off-peak. He grinned, PPED on his helmet and let his engine roar. 17 minutes later saw Harry pulling into the club parking lot with a scowl on his face. It appeared that his new bike would be subject to some tinkering in the near future. Breezing into the club through a side door next to the main entrance, Harry gave a cheerful wave to Hendricks who glowered at him in reply, before moving on to the office he had visited the previous day. Once again, he found Marconi sitting at his desk doing paperwork involving God knows what. "Here's Johnny," Harry parodied in greeting, seating himself in front of his new boss. Marconi paused in his paperwork, before slowly raising his head to pin Harry with what, on a lesser man, might have been called a scowl. "If I ordered you not to call me that," he began slowly, "would you listen to me?" "Probably not," Harry admitted. "Susie said you wanted me here at 9 though." "Yes," Marconi replied, after taking a moment to pinch the bridge of his nose. Quote, "I would like you to elaborate on your capabilities as a wizard." "Sure," Harry shrugged easily. "I'm powerful, and if the wizard or whatever you've managed to aggravate comes after you, I'll squash them." "Questions, specifics, please. I've known a great many young men supremely confident in their abilities only to see them falter at the first sign of trouble." Harry frowned at the doubt to his abilities, not having had to deal with that for several years now, before acquiescing. "New town, new players, after all. How about you tell me what you need a wizard protecting you from, and I'll tell you how I'd shut it down." Marconi examined the young man across from him for several moments before replying. "Werewolves, he stated, as if it should reveal all. When Harry continued to stare at him like an eager student, he frowned in annoyance and expanded. I believe it is a pack of werewolves attempting to kill me, in some sort of attempt to bring me to justice. They have already killed a number of others in their attempts to do so. Wizards are normals. The werewolves, I mean. Normals, I believe. At least, from what I have seen of a wizard's power, they would have no need to resort to a wolf form in order to kill a man, even one so highly placed as myself. How are their attempts made? Harry quizzed his boss. Come the full moon, they place themselves as close to myself as they can before transforming. Marconi answered, a slight feeling of satisfaction at the competent behavior of his most recent hire rising within him. It was good to see the green-eyed wizard. D could act maturely when the situation called for it. However, their indiscriminate choice of prey once transformed has led to a number of innocent victims in their efforts to kill me, Marconi continued. Only one of their attempts has come close to succeeding. Subconsciously, Harry growled lowly within his throat, coming close to startling Marconi with how animalistic it sounded. I'd set about tracking them down then. Either through fur or blood they've left behind, or through scrying, although that's not so reliable. Once I'd found them, I'd introduce silver nitrate to their bloods. Stream and watch as their immune system attacked their organs trying to purge it. Marconi sat back in his chair, raising an eyebrow. Ruthless, he observed. They attacked and killed non-combatants in their little crusade. And if any of their victims survived, then we're looking at another werewolf who has no idea what they are, going around and killing every full moon. The fact that they've nay all this on a crusade against their own personal opinion of evil just makes it worse. You speak like you have past experiences in a situation like this, Marconi observed. Something like that, Harry replied shortly. Besides that silver nitrate thing, I can also conjure flowers and make a hat out of a rabbit, he added enthusiastically, closing the topic. If I ever find myself in need of a hat, you'll be the first person I call, Marconi told him with a straight face. Harry gaped openly for the barest of seconds before regaining control of himself. So, you want me to shadow you for the next few days? Be your magical bodyguard for hire? No, at least, not immediately. Harry raised an eyebrow in question, prompting Marconi to continue. I would like you to pursue the options you mentioned, at least for today. Marconi told him, I do not plan on leaving the club today, but as for tomorrow, he trailed off. Tomorrow, Harry prompted. Tomorrow, I believe my assailants, having been faced with failure after failure, may attempt something rash. I would like you to be on hand to squash them, Marconi informed him evenly. That is, if you haven't managed to track them down before that. Sounds like a plan, Harry agreed, rolling his shoulder around. Do you know if any of the werewolves left anything behind? Fur is the most likely, unless you wounded some of them. I am not aware of any such leavings. Damn, Harry sighed, rubbing at his cheek. I hate scrying. Marconi surveyed him for several moments. If you find yourself at a loss, I would suggest inquiring at the Special Investigations Unit. While they were the unit tasked with responding to my report of the attack, I am unaware of what evidence they took. And they'll just hand this evidence over to me? Hardly. But do you have no subtle methods of persuading them? Harry frowned slightly at the suggestion. Are they good cops? Their lieutenant, Karen Murphy, is, as are the majority of her men. Sans the usual bad eggs. Why do you ask? I have a thing about doing that sort of thing to good cops. Bad cops, politicians and people trying to get money out of me are fair game, but good cops. Harry trailed off. Understandable, Marconi nodded, before glancing around almost furtively. While I don't make a habit of admitting it, I do hold a certain respect for good officers. Of which Lieutenant Murphy is an example. Additionally, Lieutenant Murphy is a friend of Harry Dresden. If he were to catch wind of any magical coercion, I'm sure any number of werewolves would be the least of our worries. Harry acknowledged, before shrugging. Ah well, I'm sure I can always rely on my roguish charm and handsome looks to see me through. Indeed, Marconi looked back down at the RK on his desk. If that is all, I will see you here again at 9 am tomorrow, hopefully with news of your success. Harry leapt to his feet and snapped off a mock salute at the clear dismissal. before marching out the door and leaving Marconi to fight the urge to massage his temples. Were all wizards so aggravating? Harry gnashed his teeth in frustration as his latest scrying attempt was met with failure. He was reaching the end of his patience, and had spent hours trying every combination of materials he could think of. Shattered clay cups, cracked tin dishes and even a twisted titanium bowl lay strewn about his hotel room. He'd tried every liquid medium he could get his hands on, from tap water to champagne, to no result. "I hate scrying," Harry muttered to himself. Even at the best of times, his attempts at scrying had been rather iffy. Now, in an entirely new world where his magic didn't behave as he was used to, it was even worse. He would give it one last try, before throwing in the towel and trying his luck with the police. He'd always had a decent amount of luck using glass bowls and vinegar when all else failed. Several moments later, "C-U-R-S-E-S" that would make a sailor blush echoed out into the hall, and an angry wizard was stumbling around his penthouse room pulling small shards of glass from his hands. Harry killed the power to his bike as he glided into an alley across the road from the precinct of the Special Investigations Unit. Fumbling at the kickstand for several moments, he managed to nudge it into place before removing his helmet and setting it on the handlebars. The day so far had been a failure. After wasting most of his time on scrying, Harry had used his room phone to call the number on the card that Marconi had given him, only to have the bodyguard Hendricks answer. After a number of monosyllabic responses, he had been given the address of the attack on his new boss that had come closest to succeeding. A trip across town later, and he had managed to waste even more of his day, the scene having been picked clean of anything that could possibly be used to track the were responsible. Harry now found himself watching the quiet entrance to the brickwork police building, trying to plan out how he would get what he needed without resorting to wand work. He absently applied a warming charm to his jacket. There was a heavy cloud cover above, masking the moon he would guess was just rising. Throwing his leg off the bike, the wizard crossed the empty road to the precinct entrance, shouldering open the swinging double doors and entering the bland reception. Whistling irreverently, Harry approached the empty receptionist's desk, glancing around in hopes of sighting someone he could talk to. Coming up empty, he shrugged, before ringing the small metal bell sitting on the counter and stealing one of the boiled candies sitting in a bowl next to some hideous plastic plant. Several minutes passed with Harry slowly growing more and more irritated. He rang the bell again, waited another minute, then rang it again. He was about to ring it for a fourth time when the rows of fluorescent lights above him began to flicker and die, before one in two lit up again. Slightly on edge, the wizard cast his gaze around the reception as he balanced on the balls of his feet, before freezing as a number of rapid shots of gunfire rang out, followed by a blood-curdling roar echoed through the station. Muffled shouting and rapid footsteps issued from further within the building, and Harry could make out the tap-tap-tap of a small-caliber weapon firing. Harry vaulted the desk, his wand flying into his hand. A door marked "Staff Only" was pushed aside to reveal an empty bullpen, various objects laying about as if they had been dropped without thought. A shattered mug of coffee lay on the floor, a stain forming in the carpet around it. There was screaming now, human screaming, some of which was cut off midway through and some that morphed from terror to pain. Advancing towards the manic sounds of the disturbance, Harry spotted a door with an opaque window set in it, through which he could make out shadows dancing across it, all of them moving away from the sounds of screaming, gunfire and low, guttural snarls. There was a lull in movement, and Harry steeled himself. Wood pulsed warmly in his hand for a brief moment as he stepped through the door, facing the direction the shadows had fled from. In the seconds immediately after, he was confronted by good news, bad news, and a clinical observation. Good news. There would be no need to wheel and deal with SI in order to get access to whatever he would need to find the werewolf his new boss was worried about. Bad news. He had just found the werewolf his new boss was worried about. Clinical observation. There was no way in fuck that was a werewolf. Harry's shock at the sight of the demonic wolf-like creature only lasted for a second, before his attention was drawn to more pressing matters. The temperature of the hallway dropped dramatically, sending goosebumps crawling over his skin. A cry of "Fuego!" followed by a rush of magic caused him to glance over his shoulder in time to see a torrent of boiling flames sweeping towards him, scalding heat flying before it. Rather than risk a shield in the narrow hallway with no room to dodge, Harry made to negate the oncoming fire with a flame of his own. Muscle memory and a skill for non-verbal spells sent a column of fire racing down the long H. All without real thought, where it was promptly swallowed and overwhelmed by the other gout of flame. Harry was given a split second to process his shock, comprehend the way his spell had been steamrolled before the inferno was upon him. He spun on his heel and apparated back into the bullpen, avoiding a toasty fate by mere millimeters. There was a long, eerie silence after the screaming of wounded men. Rapid gunfire and the roar of the mammoth fire spell that had consumed Harry's own. Then there came a long, furious howl. Goosebumps ran up Harry's spine as he berated himself for his stupidity. If he had seen someone else do as he just had, he would have derided them as an imbecile. Sure, Harry, he muttered to himself as he walked back into the scorched hallway to follow the path of destruction. Why don't you try negating the mother of all fire spells with a bloodthirsty wolf thing at your back? I'm sure that will go over well. No, don't bother apparating out. It's not Lee. The other wizard might be more powerful than you or anything. Stupid dunderhead, who are you? A shaky voice demanded. Turning, Harry took in the sight of a near-hysteric young officer with a familiar figure at his side. Battered, bruised and exhausted but not beaten, Harry Dresden approached the hole in the wall that he had apparently blown some sort of demon wolf through. Potter OBS. The other wizard as he began to work a spell involving a Snoopy plush toy and some of the blood that the wolf beast had left behind. You look like shit, he cheerfully pointed out. You should see the other guy. Dresden snarked back. Oh wait, I just blew him out of a building. You can't. What are you doing? The near-panic officer questioned, eyes wide. Magic, Dresden replied shortly. Magic, the kid echoed. Go downstairs. Send the emergency people up here, Rudy. Go on. Send them up here to help the wounded, Dresden tried to coax him, wavering slightly in place. With one last wild look at Dresden, the bloody Snoopy doll in his hands, and Potter, his wand still held loosely in his own, the young man beat a hasty retreat, mumbling under his breath. Dresden began a chant of Latin to a strange tune even as his eyes drifted out of focus. After making further alterations to the plushie while Potter watched with interest, Dresden broke the circle he had drawn arrow. Ooned himself and allowed the power he had been building up around it and into the night. What are you doing here? Dresden asked wearily as he leaned against a black wall, trying to regain his wind. I did some scrying earlier. Potter answered with a vague half-truth, and I was looking for what I thought was a werewolf. Dresden snorted. That was a Lugaro. Bigger, nastier, and smellier than a normal werewolf. And they only transform under the full moon, not at will, he explained as he began to make his way out of the hall. He wavered and nearly fell, before Potter caught his arm to balance him. Noting the broken handcuffs around Dresden's wrists, Potter flicked his wand at each ring, causing them to spring open and fall to the floor. Transform at will. Werewolves can't do that, and that thing sure as hell wasn't anything like the full moon wolves I've seen before, Potter argued, gesturing at the hole Dresden had blown in the side of the building as they moved through the bullpen. Well, Mr. Dimension Traveler, Dresden mocked back, still disbelieving of the tale, maybe things work a little bit differently here. Potter froze for a moment, before a litany of inventive curses spilled from his mouth. If Dresden hadn't been so close to dead on his feet, he would have mustered the energy to be impressed. Puss-filled wart on a whore's ass, you stupid dunderhead, Potter finished. He couldn't place any trust in his extensive knowledge of the arcane now, and the fact that he hadn't even considered this possibility was a glaring error on his part. If his mentors could see him now, a thought occurred to him. While his magic felt strange, it still worked. The only difference was that he was expressing it differently, for all that the results were the same. He considered his scrying earlier. That had been a particularly bad session, even for him. While the subject of his scry had been flawed, he had directed the magic the same as he would have in his old dimension. Perhaps that was his error. With his internal wand work he could subconsciously correct the flow of his magic to achieve the desired results, but external magic was formed and guided outside the body, leaving him to do things as he always had with no sure way of feeling where it was going wrong. While the loss of the ability to scry was no great thing, whatever ward he wanted to place would be reduced to knotted bundles of reactionary spells, and an elegant alternative to the proactive wards he favored. His ability to enchant would also be curtailed. This was troubling. Potter pushed his worries aside as they passed through the reception, paramedics looking them over briefly as they rushed past to get at the more critically injured officers. Outside, VA Riot's squad cars were arriving with reinforcements, while a number of news vans had already pulled up around the ambulances clustered around the precinct entrance. As the two Harrys paused just outside the building, the various agencies began to take notice of them. Harry, a Hispanic woman, hissed as she approached Dresden's side, a look of worry on her face. She placed an arm around his waist, supporting him and allowing Potter to release his other arm. Susan, Dresden rasped as he placed an arm over her shoulders. Potter, I can't stay here. The police. Get going. I'll head them off, Potter told the woman at Dresden's side. A flick of his wand and a very temporary notice me not charm settled about them. Despite giving him a mildly suspicious look, Susan wasted no time in guiding the near insensate Dresden away from the precinct towards a parked car. Potter turned to face the reporters who were nearly upon him, a paramedic and uniform officer on their heels. He snorted. Of course the reporters would be there before the emergency services. Sir, can you tell us, what on earth, are you the only? Placing a charming grin upon his face, Potter began thoroughly bullshit the press. Weaving a tale of masked gang members, rabid street Bernards and exploding gas cylinders. The press ate it up. After all, it was much more believable than the tales some of the more hysteric officers were telling of a giant, man-eating wolf that was impervious to bullets. It took more than an hour for Harry to escape the ravenous press, give his statement to the police and assure the paramedics that he really hadn't sustained any injuries. Some time after that, and he was pulling up outside his hotel, having visited the club that seemed to serve as Marconi's office only to find him absent, along with anyone who might know where his boss could be. Deciding that he could just as easily report what he had learnt, namely that he was out of his depth as far as supernatural know-how went and that Dresden had some serious magical chops behind him, to Marconi tomorrow, Harry received his room key from the receptionist and endured the long elevator tip to the top floor. Upon arriving there, he immediately noted that his door was slightly ajar, a shadow in the hall betraying movement within the room. Slipping his wand from his jeans pocket to the sleeve of his jacket, Harry nudged open the door and stepped into his penthouse and immediately felt let down, before perking up for an entirely different reason. Oh, excuse me, the woman excused herself with an embarrassed smile. I was planning on being finished here before you returned. Harry gave the woman a shameless once-over. She was a petite woman, clad in the red and black colors of the hotel employees. The blouse she wore rumpled just enough to reveal several tantalizing centimeters of bare skin above the low waistline of her business pants. She was most likely a cleaning lad. Why, based on the cart she stood next to and the music player on her hip. Her hair was a spiky riotous mix of various shades of red and orange, almost making it look like her hair was aflame. If it were and for her unfortunate similarity to one of his past girlfriends, he might have given some serious thought to convincing her to stay for a drink or three. It's no trouble, Harry assured her as he collapsed onto his couch after fetching a drink from his fridge, coincidentally giving him a clear view of the woman as she worked. It's unusual, you know, the woman commented as she worked, ting surfaces that Harry was sure were already clean. What's that? Harry queried. To see a cute thing like you on the penthouse floor. Usually we get stuffy old men who spend half their time alling for room service so they can perv on us. The woman rolled her eyes. Harry, who had certainly not been subtly checking out her posterior as she bent down to adjust her shoe, put on an indignant expression. Have they no shame? He asked pompously. The woman giggled. I'm sure you'd never stoop to such behavior, she assured him while giving him a look that told him she knew exactly where his eyes had been. Well, you can't exactly blame them, Harry shrugged his excuse. Flatterer. So where do you come from? Harry took a sip from his drink while he considered his answer. I'm from out of town. I'm hoping to make a living for myself here. And what brought you to this hotel in particular? She pressed, beginning to pack up the cleaning supplies she had set out. Nothing really. I got a generous advance from my new boss and decided to treat myself, Harry answered, wondering where this was going and if it were common for the help to strike up conversations with high-paying patrons in the Muggle world. Ah, that's good to hear, she stated softly. Why's that? Harry asked, his suspicious side coming to the fore. That maybe we'll start getting less crotchety LD men and more cute young things like yourself staying here, she flashed him a quick smile. Grabbing her cleaning cart, she began to push it from the room. Wait, Harry called as she was about to close the door. I didn't quite GE. She agreed, turning to face him. You'll have to work to earn that. With a wink, she closed the door and was gone. Harry immediately began casting spells on the areas he had seen her working. And on his surroundings in general. When they revealed no sign of tampering or anything out of the ordinary save higher than usual levels of ambient magic, he frowned. His instincts told him there was more to that conversation than he was aware of, and he had long learned to listen to these hunches. With a shrug, Harry put the matter to the side of his mind and resolved to think on it later. Marconi had told him that he wanted him at his side tomorrow, and he didn't think it was for tea and biscuits. If the werewolf Lou Garrow would ever had no qualms in assaulting an entire police precinct, its next attack on Marconi would probably be even less directed. A smirk made its way across the wizard's face. It had been such a long time since he'd faced such a powerful foe. Maybe this new dimension wouldn't be so bad. A small voice whispered in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness. Yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting. So where to put you? Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, continued the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great. You know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on your way to greatness, no doubt about that. Greatness. Oh ho, piqued your interest there, did I boy? Perhaps Slytherin is the best for you. No, not Slytherin. A strong sentiment, yet I thought you desired greatness. I don't need Slytherin to be great. Such surety. You said it, not me. Not afraid to speak your mind. Are you boy? Not Slytherin. The hat chuckled to itself. I say you will not excel outside of Slytherin. I say you're wrong. Precocious for an 11-year-old, aren't we? Not Slytherin. You think you know better than me, who has been doing this for 1,000 years. Yes, well, if you're sure, when you fail, be sure to come see me, won't you? I so rarely have the chance to gloat. Quote, I won't. Get on with it. You old rag. Gryffindor. Harry removed the sorting hat from his head to the sight of Gryffindor House's celebrations. He smiled slightly. The hat didn't think he could make anything of himself outside of Slytherin. He would prove it wrong. Harry was woken the next morning by a continuous slow knocking on his hotel room door. Stumbling from his clad only in a pair of transfigured pants, he scowled at the sun he could just see rising through the window. What? He barked as he opened the door to stop the infernal knocking. A paper cup with steam rising from the top was shoved in front of his face. Boss man wants to see you, Susie Blue said by way of greeting. Once again, she wore a formal business suit with her sidearm prominently displayed. What time is it? Harry demanded irritably. 6:30. Harry took the offered cup of what his nose told him was coffee with a glare. Stepping away from the door and back into his well-appointed hotel rooms, he stumbled towards the shower, Susie inviting herself into the penthouse after him. She spent the next several minutes examining the richly colored rooms with their marble floors and thick dark rugs while listening with half an ear to the various crashes and curses that signified Harry rising from his sleepy stupor. She was just starting to grow impatient when Harry emerged from the bathroom in a leather riding jacket and jeans. Harry silently thanked magical cleaning spells as he adjusted the clothes he had been wearing for close to a week now. Locking the door to his room and following Susie to the elevators. What does he want so early? Harry grumbled as they walked down the cream-colored hall. Can't say I know, Susie shrugged in response. Boss keeps his own hours and expects people like you, me and Hendrix to be able to keep up with him. Time's a factor though. Their conversation paused as they passed a young child with absurdly orange hair in the hall. No doubt waiting for a parent or minder to catch up, before they reached the elevator. I'll follow you in my bike, Harry offered as Susie hit the ground floor button. Not today. She shook her head. You're riding shotgun. Try not to throw up over the upholstery. Harry snorted. As if I would. Harry was slightly tense as he stepped out of the Jeep that Susie had used to drive them to Marconi's club. You okay there? Susie asked innocently as they entered the club through a side door. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Harry replied, acting supremely unconcerned. Just checking. I think you left a few nail marks on the oh shit bar. Harry sent the crazy woman driver a glare. Going fast was all well and good, but he much preferred it when he was the one doing the steering. Further conversation was curtailed by the arrival of Hendricks, who gestured for them to follow him, rather than leading them to the office that Harry had seen Marconi in previously. The giant man instead led them around to the back of the club and through a door that opened to a loading dock, beyond which was an empty car park. Miss Blue. Mr. Potter. I am glad you could make it. Harry turned to face his boss, noting the way he almost seemed to blend in with the shadows as he sat at a paper-covered table with his back to a wall. He was wearing a dark gray suit today, and looked perfectly awake despite the early hour as he cleaned a disassembled pistol laid out before him. Susie gave Marconi a respectful nod. Do we know when we should expect company? Soon, I believe. Am I allowed to know what's going on, or do I get to wait in suspense? Harry asked sarcastically, raising his hand like a schoolboy. Marconi frowned slightly. Last night I engaged in discussion with a local gang. They did not appreciate the outcome of our discourse. His frown deepened. Despite their losses, they persist in their foolishness. However, they should not have known that I would be present here. I would very much like to find out who told them. How many are coming? Harry asked, running over the occasions he had fought against Muggles before in his head. More than 8, less than 15, Hendricks revealed. They will approach from the back if they have any brains at all, he continued with a gesture to the car park and the high-vision limiting wall beyond it. Mr. Marconi and Susie will take up positions on the roof and harass them. Potter, you will stay here and draw their fire while I take them out from that window over there, the bodyguard finished, pointing out a second-story window that would create a crossfire with Marconi and Susie on the roof. Marconi finished reassembling his gun, pulling the slide back and releasing it with a loud clack. Our guests will arrive soon. I trust you all to do your part. Harry leaned easily against the wall with a clear view of the car park as the others made to leave for their positions. Mr. Potter, Marconi added before he left, you should be aware that our aggressors are lycanthropes. Got it? Harry gave a short nod, hiding his lack of knowledge. He really did need to remedy this as soon as possible. Marconi smiled. It reminded Harry of a crocodile animage he had tangled with once. Good. I'd hate for you to go into this unprepared. Their guests didn't arrive for another 15 minutes. When they did, it was to screeching tires and loud music as 3 battered SUVs pulled into the car park and raced towards the loading dock. Steady gunfire. From the roof opened up on them as they rapidly drew closer, prompting a response from the vehicles. A higher erupted from them, forcing Marconi and Susie to duck behind the low wall that edged the roof. Harry stood before the loading dock, completely at ease with the lead SUV barreling towards him. The occupants didn't bother shooting him, instead intending to crush him against the concrete wall before dealing with the bastard who was hiding up on the roof. Harry gave a shark smile, and raised his wand. The lead truck plowed into the ground as a great force crushed the bonnet down, the rear of the vehicle going airborne. Another flick of his wand and the metal of the car began to twist in on its occupants, for whom there was no escape. The SUV was crushed into a vaguely R-shaped cube half its previous size as it slid towards Harry, sparks flying from where metal dragged across the bitumen. Its momentum came to a stop inches before the wizard, who casually rested AF. Oot on it as blood from its mangled occupants began to drip to the ground. A clear shield sprang up around him as gunfire from the remaining 2 SUVs switched to the larger threat, ignoring their harassers atop the roof for now. Harry made no move to retaliate as his shield halted the bullets in their tracks as his attackers piled out of their vehicles and used them as cover while they wasted ammunition on him. Only when they had all exited the cars did he respond. Harry directed his magic not at the 9 enemies attacking him, but at the cars they took cover behind. While they were Distracted by the sight of one of their number suddenly losing a chunk of their head courtesy of Hendrix, Harry was shaping and directing metal to conform to his will. 2 more foes had fallen to Hendrix's accurate fire by the time Harry had finished layering his spell. With a flourish, the 2 cars simultaneously morphed into 4 irritable felines. The short gunfight came to an abrupt end. The remaining gang members fell to the beasts, mauled horribly, one unfortunate man collapsing with a gurgle as his face was ripped off. The sudden silence after the skirmish was louder than it had any right to be. All save one of the lycanthropes were dead, and the survivor would soon be wishing he could join them. Harry took a seat on the car that he had crushed as his cats rubbed their flanks against him, maws wet with blood. That was an impressive display, Mr. Potter. Harry looked back over his shoulder at the dry voice to see Marconi, Hendrix and Susie approaching him warily. At the new voice, his cats growled lowly, but were soothed and directed to watch the unconscious survivor with a wave of Harry's wand. "I aim to please," Harry responded modestly, buffing his nails against his jacket. "You forgot the bears," Susie pointed out, avoiding looking at either the shredded corpses lying about or the pool of blood collecting under Harry's makeshift seat. "I rather thought the lions and tigers were enough. Don't you? Are they real?" Hendrix asked curiously. "About as close to real as you can get with magic," Harry shrugged. "Mr. Hendrix," Marconi called, cutting across their conversation as he stared down at their prisoner, ignoring the lions and tigers that prowled around him. "Kindly prepare our remaining guest. Mr. Potter, are you capable of cleaning the area?" He gestured to the destroyed SUV and bodies littering the area. "Easy," Harry shrugged. "Miss Blue, please keep Mr. Potter company while Mr. Hendrix and I have a chat with our guest," Marconi directed. His dollar bill-colored eyes hardening. Susie nodded as she watched Hendrix hoist the unconscious man over his shoulder before following Marconi inside. No doubt the body UARD would gain the answers their boss wanted shortly. She turned to watch Harry as he moved about cleaning up the site of the fight. Watching him transform the bodies of the gang members into juicy steaks and throw them to his cats for them to snatch out of the air was just a little bit surreal. After several minutes of feeding his pets, Harry grew bored with the game and vanished the remaining debris. Before turning his wand on the crushed SUV, a moment of concentration and it seemed to burst into water, drenching the surrounding area and washing the drying blood on the ground down a nearby drain. "I still can't believe it," Susie admitted, stealing Harry's attention from his work. "Oh," Harry responded. "Magic." She gestured at the great cats frolicking around him for attention. They were acting like kittens. Kittens with blood on their claws and around their jaws. "Are they alive now? I mean, if they died what would happen?" "Well," Harry considered, "they should be to live a natural lifespan so long as they can gain energy enough to continue the spell from food and what have you. They'd just revert to base otherwise, but I'm not entirely sure at the moment." "Why's that?" Susie asked, intrigued. Harry sent her a considering glance. "Recently I suffered an injury that makes me doubt my ability to keep up long-term enchantments like this. As living animals, they might last for as long as I will or..." He was cut off as the 4 large felines around him convulsed for a moment, before collapsing and growing into a mangled arrangement of car parts. "Or they might revert into their base materials if I don't pay particular attention to them," the wizard sighed. "Can you create anything else?" Susie continued curiously as she hunkered down to lean against the building wall. "Pretty much," Harry admitted. "I could create the biggest, baddest, meanest and smelliest bear you've ever heard of without a huge amount of effort, but it would go the same way as these guys went if I didn't maintain a hold on it," he explained with gesture at the piles of metal before vanishing them. "Not that that would be a great deal of trouble, just irritating." "What else can you do? Can you fly, teleport, turn invis?" "No, you've already done that." Susie trailed off as she pressed him, looking for all the world like an eager child as she waited for his answer. "Oh, Susie." Harry laughed easily, remembering something a kind old headmaster had once told him shortly after revealing the existence of magic to him. "Magic is both the most wondrous thing you'll ever see and a poor substitute for the magic you witness every day." "Now you just sound like you're trying to be wise," Susie teased him with a wry grin. "Trying, I'll have you know that." He was ignored and then interrupted as the blue-haired woman checked her phone after it began buzzing in her pocket. Hendricks got what he could from the guy. The boss man wants to see you in his office now. Harry sighed at being cut off before he could begin a proper rant. Still, duty called. He offered Susie a hand up with a mocking bow only to have it slapped away before heading back inside the club, leaving the mundane loading dock with no evidence of the fight that had place there not 10 minutes previously. Mr. Potter, I find myself at a loss. Harry was seated across from Marconi in the man's office, sprawled lazily in the comfy chair. On the other side of the desk, his boss regarded him with keen eye as he leant forward, fingers steepled. Why's that? Harry asked, outwardly carefree as always, but inwardly guarded. Were it not for the evidence of my own eyes as well as a report from Miss Blue, I would be disinclined to believe you to be anything more than a charlatan. Harry's face went flat. Oh, Mr. Potter, I extended a hand to you because I believed you to be of use in my employ. Up until this morning, I had been doubting my decision. I told you that I could squash your enemies, and I did, Harry replied evenly. You did, Marconi acknowledged. However, it is not your ability I find to be lacking, but your knowledge. Harry remained silent, staring at his employer. In regards to the depth of your knowledge on the matter I hired you to deal with. No, Marconi relaxed marginally. The reply had been immediate but not hurried, self-assured but not blusterous. Genuine. I'm glad we were able to clear that up without further misunderstanding, Marconi told him with a smile. How did you find out I had bad info about the werewolf? Harry interrupted before Marconi could continue. I have a great many sources of information within this city, Mr. Potter, and I am directing a substantial portion of them to uncovering whatever they can about this untapped world that has recently been revealed to me. It was inevitable that they would bear fruit, Marconi revealed. Reaching under his desk, he pressed a button in AM. A minute later Hendricks and Susie filed into the office, Susie taking a seat next to Harry while Hendricks remained standing, leaning against the door frame after closing the door behind him. I received a call early this morning. From a Harley Macfin. I believe you met him last night, Mr. Potter. He is our Lugaro. He announced his certainty that I was responsible for a number of recent misfo. Our tunes to befall him and his intention to come for me tonight. Hendricks and Susie stirred slightly, while Harry considered the information. Doesn't seem very smart, Harry opined. I believe he as still partially in the grip of his transformation, and frustrated with his inability to reach me last night, took the opportunity to voice his aggression. However, that is but an educated guess. Sounds plausible, Harry agreed. So, ambush. Marconi gave a nod to Hendricks, who spoke up. I've arranged for a trap large enough to hold him to be dug on Mr. Marconi's property. If we can lure him there and trap him, we'll be able to hold him until morning when he won't be a threat. If the trap doesn't work, I should be able to pin him down, Harry volunteered. After witnessing his ability to transform objects at will, none of the three questioned him. Very well, Miss Blue, I will leave it to you to coordinate whatever other personnel you and Mr. Hendricks deem necessary to contain the beast, Marconi concluded. Mr. Potter, if there are any preparations you need to perform, I trust you will have time to do so. 3 nods of affirmation followed Marconi's directions. I will require your presence at my estate at no later than 3 p.m. this afternoon, Mr. Potter. Miss Blue will provide you with directions. The phone rang shrilly, cutting off Marconi's dismissal. With a phone at the phone that only a limited number of people had access to, he lifted the phone from its cradle and pressed the speaker button, before waiting for the caller to speak. Mr. John Marconi, the voice questioned, as if it had been expecting a response. Speaking. This is FBI Senior Agent Denton. I have information that is pertinent to your immediate safety. I don't trust them. Marconi glanced at his employed wizard, watching as the man twirled his wand between his fingers in the only betrayal of his agitation before an otherwise calm appearance. Their words do make an unfortunate amount of sense, Marconi noted. Harry stamped his feet to ward off the cold night air. I still don't trust them. They feel like scavengers. Marconi, Harry and Hendricks were arrayed before the front door of the luxurious estate that the crime boss called home, all of them keeping one eye on the group of FBI agents that were talking softly together some distance away. Feel like scavengers, Hendricks asked idly as he checked his weapon, a sleek automatic rifle. He didn't much care for the boss's newest employee, save that he could pull his weight. Just a bit of gut instinct, Harry replied, frowning at the agents. As the evidence currently disagrees with your stomach, we shall assume that they are being truthful, Marconi stated as he attached a magazine full of tranquilizers to his hunting rifle. Doesn't really feel like Dresden, Harry continued arguing, his heart not really in it. Helping a pack of werewolves attack someone. How do they even know the werewolves are real? The same manner in which I discovered it, I believe. Dresden's report, in addition to the accounts of survivors of the SI precinct attack that got out before the official story was regaled to the press. Marconi answered with a dry look at Harry. And Mr. Dresden has remarked that he would like to kill me in order to make the world a better place in the past. Harry gave a neutral grunt in reply. If our federal friends are correct, we will deal with the threat as it comes. If they are not being entirely truthful, we will still deal with whatever arises, Marconi placated the wizard. Although I would not put it past Dresden to attempt to persuade us of his innocence in any case. Further discussion on the matter was cut off as a handheld two-way radio transmitter crackled to life on Hendricks' belt. Susie's voice issued through a rustle of static. Watch teams are all in position. Dogs are calm so far, the young woman reported. Hendricks handed the two-way to Marconi, who replied, good. Stay with the men and alert us when the dogs react to the Lugaro's presence. Sure, not having her back here with us? Harry inquired as he swept his gaze over the lawns of the estate. Miss Blue is not suited for this type of exchange. Her talents lie in information dealing and exchange. I am also loath to expose her to the more violent elements of my business. Harry raised an eyebrow at Marconi's answer but made no comment. He hadn't pegged Marconi as the type to cater for his employees in that manner. Maybe there was more to it, but it didn't concern him at the moment. His musings were cut off by a faint ripple at the edge of his magical senses, followed quickly by Susie's report of unrest amongst the dogs. They're near, the wizard announced. Wand gripped firmly in hand. Very well, Marconi replied, before nodding to an approaching FBI agent. Reports place Dresden nearby. Are your people ready? He asked directly. We're ready, the agent. Denton replied tersely. Just don't get in our way. Marconi smiled coldly at the man. Do not presume you can do this without our help. You will need our SSI stance against Dresden and his allies. Denton's eyes flickered to the wand in Harry's hand before returning to Marconi. If you insist, I'll have 2 of my people stay with you. I wouldn't want you to run into the wolves without backup. Harry frowned at the agent's tone. His gut warned him that this one was a predator rather than a scavenger. Very well then. Marconi seated, tucking the butt of his rifle beneath his arm. Hendricks, you are with me. Mr. Potter, do remember to leave the werewolves alive for the Lugaro to dispose of. Harry shrugged and nodded in one motion. He had little sympathy for werewolves who used their curse as a weapon. He glanced at the bright moon overhead that had just begun to wane. Even if they weren't exactly the type of wolves he was used to dealing with. Wilson, Ben. Denton barked at his people. Stay with Marconi and his men. Ben, keep an eye on the young man. We can't have an unarmed civilian caught alone by the wolves. Wilson, an older man with a slight paunch, and Ben, a fit young woman with a strange look in her eyes nodded their assent. While Wilson stomped towards Marconi with a surly look on his face, Ben approached Harry in a languorous stride. Before giving him a heavy once-over. Don't worry boss, Ben almost purred. I'll take good care of him. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck rose and he plastered a bright smile on his face. Fantastic, he replied cheerfully, along with some poorly hid ogling of his guard's figure, and unhidden contempt. Perhaps you and your guard should survey the side of the property, Mr. Potter. Marconi suggested, his poker face betraying nothing of what he felt. Sounds good, Harry agreed with a grin on his face, nodding like an idiot, before ambling off into the dark. Ben gave a short growl before walking swiftly after her charge, ignoring the amusement of Wilson and the last unnamed, young agent. As large as Marconi's property was, it took 5 men. Utes of quiet walking to reach a position where they would be able to see any intruders trying to make their way up its side. Through it all, Ben had taken to eyeing Harry like a piece of meat, and not in the good way. A small copse of trees lined the tall walls around Marconi's estate. It was devoid of the usual sounds of night life, leaving the grounds eerily quiet under the bright moon. Directing his internal magic, Harry closed his eyes and cast a spell he had long since been forced by necessity to master, enhancing his senses to a supernatural degree. The wind brushed across his face, telling him that Ben was standing behind him and slightly to the side. The copse of trees was completely silent, something in the night telling the creatures within that predators were about. The wind shifted, bringing with it the scent of fur, leather, sweat and magic. Harry let the spell go before opening his eyes, feeling the world around him become muted once more. The scent of magic was strangely strong here, stronger than any he had smelt in his home world save around powerful wards or battlefields, where blood and fury usually overpowered it in any case. "They're coming from the back wall," Harry revealed, as he released the spell and opened his eyes to a muted world. "Not from this side though. Looks like they're circling round the other side." Ben gave the wizard a suspicious look as he hunkered down on his heels. "How do you know that?" "It's what Marconi pays me for," Harry answered with a look around the grounds, before turning his attention to the agent and smiling. "Now, I'm terribly sorry about this, but I didn't get this far in life by ignoring my instincts." Ben spun to face the wizard at his words, one hand going into her shirt and a snarl on her face. She was too slow however, and had only time to hear a quietly murmured word before a feeling of bliss fell over her. "I mean it, John. I really do, I shit you not. This entire thing is about them killing you." "What a vulgar reassurance," Marconi said. "Agent Denton, we have a few details to attend to. Lower your weapon and let us be about them." The scene Potter returned to was tense. Dresden was on his knees before Agent Denton, looking battered and exhausted yet not beaten, while Marconi and Hendricks were staring down the FBI agent backed by his two subordinates who were standing over a bound blonde woman that Potter had never seen before. The still forms of a number of wolves littered the grounds around them, tranquilizers sticking out of them. Denton smiled at his subordinate's return as she made her way over to stand with the other agents. "Actually," he said to Marconi casually, "I think there will be a change of plans." Before Marconi and Hendricks could fully process his words, Denton brought his pistol up and began to unload the full clip into Hendricks' massive form, only to watch in shock as Ben stepped into his line of fire and took 2 rounds in the stomach as she attempted to wrestle the gun from him. Hendricks staggered back under the blows he had taken as Wilson and the other agent sprang at Marconi, only for the mob boss to slip away from T.'s grasping arms like an eel as a knife sprang into his hand, seemingly from nowhere, and open a nasty gash along the young agent's arm when he attempted to parry with his own knife. Potter flicked his wand at Denton as he struggled with the weakening Ben, a severing curse flying towards the agent's neck, only for him to heave the woman into the path of the spell and dive away, leaving his gun in her hands. Ben dropped to the ground next to Dresden, her head bouncing once as it rolled away from her body. There was a brief pause as Dresden and Denton locked eyes, before the agent glanced at the prone form of the woman the other agents had been standing over earlier and smiled. Then Denton reached into his shirt and began to change. Potter stilled in surprise as he watched the muggle twist into a parody of a wolf. His mind connecting the dots with what information he had. The FBI werewolves must have been the ones after Marconi from the start, while using their positions to pin the attacks on the lycanthropes. Dresden's werewolf friends and the Lugaro. Dresden, however, didn't pause for a second, reaching for the gun in the hands of Ben's corpse with one hand and into her shirt with the other. Dresden squeezed the trigger rapidly even as the gun quickly ran dry before tossing it aside. 2 bullets buried themselves in the shoulder of the wolf man even as he changed. Skin and muscle sealing closed over them. The werewolf howled in pain as he leapt at the bound blonde woman, only for the large, shaggy wolf that Dresden had become to lunge forwards and connect with him in midair. Jaws closing around his foreleg. Potter summoned the blonde woman away from the furious mess of tooth and claw, levitating her unconscious form to rest against a nearby tree. Seeing that the larger wolf that was Dresden throw the smaller wounded wolf, Denton, aside with a toss of his jaws, Potter turned his attention to where Marconi was fending off a wolf that must have been Wilson and the other freckled young agent with a pair of expertly wielded knives. He tossed another imperious at the werewolf, only to feel his magic slide off the greasy, enraged bestial mind. With little effect save a momentary pause in its movements. Frowning at his failure to bend the animal to his will, the wizard turned his attention to the agent that was still human. Marconi was hard pressed to defend himself from the combined attention of the snarling werewolf and the surprising competence of the young knife-wielding agent, their speed forcing him to keep moving away and stay defensive lest they flank him and stick a knife into his kidney or tear a hamstring from his leg. He took advantage of a sudden pause in the wolf's movement to strike at the agent, only for the young G-man to jump abruptly to the side and drive his knife between the ribs of the wolf. The wolf snarled and instinctively retaliated, tearing out the throat of his partner in one movement, only to fall in turn as Marconi stabbed him in either side of the throat with his knives, collapsing to the ground in spasms as his lifeblood pulsed out. The two surviving men looked over the corpses of their would-be betrayers for a long moment before Marconi broke the silence. "That's quite the skill you have there," he commented dryly, gesturing to the corpse of the agent that had turned on his fellow. "It does come in handy from time to time," Potter replied modestly, before hesitating. "Don't mention it to Dresden." "Yeah. It's a little bit highly illegal." "How illegal?" Marconi asked with a raised eyebrow as he wiped his knives clean on the shirt of the human again. "Wilson. Death sentence illegal apparently." Marconi agreed with an incline of his head. "Let us return to Mr. Dresden. It would appear that he has overcome Agent Denton." Looking over to where he had left Dresden and the blonde woman, Potter saw the wizard leaning over a downed Denton, blood smeared across his mouth as he pinned the agent to the ground by his neck with bloody hands. A Hispanic woman, the one Potter had seen collect Dresden the previous night at the SI precinct after his run-in with the Lugaro, stood at his side with a hand on his shoulder despite her frightened expression. At their approach, Dresden staggered to his feet, dropping a fur-covered bell did so. "John," Dresden rasped, "I hate to say it, but I fucking told you so." "It would appear you were correct," Marconi conceded, "but for now we have more pressing concerns. The Lugaro cannot be far away. I have had it prepared elsewhere on my estate that we can lure the beast into before disposing of it." "No," Dresden argued as he leaned on the woman at his side. "If this pit of yours can hold him long enough to kill, it can hold him till dawn. We don't have to kill him. I am loath to give a mindlessly violent animal opportunity to follow its instincts so close to my home." Marconi frowned. "If we can get it into the pit, I can make sure it can't escape," Potter offered with a glance between Marconi and Dresden. Dresden looked at Potter, really looked at him, for the first time that evening. His gaze flickered between the other wizard and Marconi before clearly resolving to think about it another time. "That is an acceptable compromise," Marconi approved. Dresden just gave a tired nod before hobbling over to the stirring form of the blonde woman, watching her with concern. Marconi similarly approached the now sitting Hendricks, his shirt pulled up to reveal an unfastened Kevlar vest that partially hid a cluster of nasty deep purple bruises. "Sir, is everything all right?" Hendricks detached the squawking two-way from his belt to handing it to Marconi, who took several steps away before replying. "Yes, Miss Blue." Mr. Potter's concerns about the intentions of our FBI friends turned out to be correct, and they have met their end at the hands of a number of vicious animals. "What is the status of the spotter teams?" "The dogs have calmed down a bit but are still scared. Some of the men are a bit uneasy too," Susie reported through the handset, static interrupting her voice several times. "Very well. Hold your positions. Our business for tonight will be concluded soon, I believe," Marconi replied after another step away from the wizards. Potter stepped away from his boss and towards Dresden and the two women whose names he was unaware of, overhearing what appeared to be the tail end of an argument. "Don't know if I can trust you, Dresden. For all I know, you've set all this up yourself." The blonde woman accused. "Set this up? He almost lost himself trying to protect you, and you go and accuse him." The brunette responded angrily. "Those agents took you hostage. Surely you can remember that." "Murphy, Susan," Dresden began to placate them. "What?" The pair of them turned and snapped at him, causing the wizard to gulp. The blonde woman, apparently called Murphy, clutched at her head in pain before Dresden could respond. "What is it?" Dresden asked in concern. Whoever grabbed me jabbed me with a needle of something, Murphy grimaced. My head is still swimming. I can help with that. Potter interrupted the discussion before it could devolve into an argument again. Murphy gave him a suspicious look before caving as she massaged her temples. Please do, she requested. Lean to the side, Potter warned as he raised his wand. You won't enjoy this. Before Murphy could do more than start to obey and process his words, Potter gestured with his wand and tapped its tip to the woman's stomach. For several long seconds nothing seemed to happen, before Murphy turned green and dry heaved, choking slightly and then throwing up the contents of her stomach. God, Murphy croaked. That was horrible. Yes, it was, Potter agreed with a smirk. But you feel better now, don't you? Who are you? Murphy asked, rather than answer. I'm Potter. Harry Potter. Wizard for hire. Potter introduced himself with a mocking bow. Murphy snorted and looked between Dresden and Potter before shaking her head and closing her eyes. I refuse to deal with two of you right now. Further conversation was cut off by the approach of Marconi, as he addressed Potter. Mr. Potter, if you would be able to revive the fallen werewolves. I believe they may be of assistance against the Lugaro. That thing is coming here? Murphy asked in a calm, too calm, voice, while the brunette, Susan, began to look interested. Potter walked away from the trio as Dresden began to explain the situation to Murphy and approached the still form of the nearest werewolf. Focusing on the feel of the wolf's mind and magic, the wizard waved his wand in a deliberate motion before enunciating clearly, enervate. The werewolf sneezed violently as it jerked to its feet, looking around in alarm. Potter raised his hands to show he meant no threat, his wand having disappeared back into his sleeve. Under the wary eye of the wolf, he reached forward and pulled the tranquilizer dart from its shoulder. After giving Potter another suspicious look and glancing over to where Dresden and Marconi were standing, the wolf beckoned with its muzzle and led the wizard to its unconscious fellows. In short order, Potter had revived the werewolves and removed the darts, having to dance out of the way of snapping jaws on more than one occasion before the disorientated wolves gained their bearings. With the wolves revived and the Lugaro only minutes away, Potter jogged back over to the group of Dresden, Marconi, Murphy, Susan and Hendricks, the wolves loping behind him. The large bodyguard was watching the unarmed Denton with his rifle pointed blatantly at the man's head. Time is running short, Marconi announced to the group crisply. I think it would be best for those not concerned with this matter to leave the grounds of my estate, the crime boss finished, his eyes glancing between Susan and Murphy. There are FBI agents dead here, Mr. Marconi, Murphy informed him with ice in her voice. That makes it my business, regardless of what accusations are leveled against them. You've seen what the Lugaro can do, Murph, Dresden argued half-heartedly. I am not going to walk away from this one, Dresden, Murphy shot back. I don't trust anyone here not to spin this in their favor if I'm not here. Regardless, all of you are persons of interest in the investigation into the actions of Denton's team, the blonde woman finished, fire in her eyes. Dresden grimaced at Murphy's declaration of her lack of trust in him, before steeling himself. If you won't leave, then you stay out of my way, he ordered, a palpable sense of power rising around him. Stay out of. Her tone was outraged. Murphy, Dresden's voice cracked. You don't have inherited silver. You're not a wizard. You can't take on the Lugaro. Seeing the outrage and defiance still on the woman's face, he continued gamely, but that doesn't mean you can't protect the others. As if reading the wizard's mind, Susan began to prickle in anger. You better not be thinking of sending me away like an unwanted child, Harry, the woman's tone warned of dire consequences. Dresden turned to face her, the blood painting his jaw and teeth causing the woman to swallow and lean back almost imperceptibly. No, I'm sending you away like a reporter from a fight with a giant, murderous, man-eating wolf thing. Seeing the brunette open her mouth to argue, Potter interjected before she could begin. Dresden is right, he stated bluntly. If we have to fight this Lugaro thing worrying about collateral damage, we'll be too restricted to be effective. That beast of a fire spell Dresden used on it last night didn't even wound it that badly. If we both start throwing fire strong enough to kill it, things are going to get hellish. Having glimpsed the results of Dresden's spell firsthand, Susan was subdued by the thought of two wizards throwing fireballs around like it was nothing. You kids as well, Dresden added. As he looked over the pack of wolves seated around and Yips responded to his announcement, but he refused to relent. This isn't a democracy. I let you to come with me, and you all got yourselves shot. You're staying out of the fight with Macfin. We do not have so many allies that you can just send them to cool their heels, Mr. Dresden, Marconi observed coolly. You're wizard, Dresden returned just as coolly. And I should have enough muscle between us to corral Macfin between us. If you and Cujo bring your firepower to the table, we definitely will. Potter only had time to raise an eyebrow at the way Dresden referred to him, before one of the wolves paced forwards evenly, golden eyes on the staff-wielding wizard. In a ripple of skin and fur, a beautiful, wild and most import. Antly naked woman was standing before them. Potter's other eyebrow joined his first, followed by an appreciative whistle and a cheeky grin as he thoroughly looked the newcomer over, his thoughts running counter to his behavior. Predator, he thought warily. The werewolf ignored him completely as she stared Dresden down, also ignoring the dirty looks both she and the wizard were receiving from Susan and Murphy as he valiantly managed to keep his eyes above her neckline. You will not send me away like a teething whelp, wizard, the woman growled as she stared Dresden down. My mate is too powerful for your fire alone to defeat him, and I know how he thinks. You will need me. Fine, Tara, Dresden snapped, running his hand through his hair in frustration. But the kids are staying out of it. They will guard the women along with the cunning one and his men, the woman stated as she cast a distrustful look at Marconi, Hendricks and Potter. I do not trust him not to take advantage of my mate's weakness if we succeed. Quote, I would never dream of doing so, madam, Marconi returned mildly, the picture of a gentleman, even in his hunting vest with a rifle at his side. The inns, CTS and other night life around them stilled. The sudden quietness was deafening. He is here, the naked wolf woman spoke softly. And likely watching us now. We have delayed too long. You have earned his ire, Dresden. And must be the one to lure him from the softer prey. Without waiting for a response, the woman rippled once more, her form shifting back into that of a wolf. A low, rumble-ing snarl echoed through the silence around them. The hairs on the back of Potter's neck stood on end as he turned with Dresden and the wolves to face the beast he could feel through his magic, even as the others looked around the area for the source. The Lugaro emerged from the shadows, yellow eyes glinting madly under the light of the moon. A twisted, mutated wolf was revealed as it emerged from the tree line. Savage yellowed teeth revealed in a snarl, hackles raised. The group stared at the animal for a long moment, before a jolt of adrenaline surged through Potter's system in anticipation of the fight ahead. His wand arm began to rise, already going through the movements of a complicated spell. By the time the Lugaro had tensed at the movement and begun to spring aside, Potter's wand was aimed in its direction as he spat out a guttural incantation. The Lugaro ducked low, avoiding Potter's spell completely to let it impact harmlessly on a nearby tree and using its crouch to leap at the group. Only to be met mid-flight by a large fireball and a strong scythe of wind courtesy of Dresden, who looked shocked at his own spells for the barest of seconds, before refocusing on the task at hand. Marconi and Hendricks opened up on the still airborne foe, large caliber bullets and tranquilizers doing little but effective all the same, while Susan and Murphy were herded back by the wolf pack. But only after the officer had stolen the subdued Denton's weapon and dragged him with them, while Tara prowled before the two men, crouched defensively. The Lugaro landed on its back and twisted to its feet, howling in rage and pain. Yellow eyes narrowed at its primary foe, the staff-wielding fire-hurling wizard, and it lunged at him, jaws seeking his throat. Only to be forced to abort its attack yet again as something heavy whistled through the air towards it. 3 of the trees the creature had been hiding within had uprooted themselves and were advancing upon it. Heavy branches swinging through the air in an attempt to swat the beast, as ponderous root legs sought to crush it underfoot. Taking advantage of the Lugaro's distraction, Dresden threw another fireball. Smaller this time, at it before turning and running, away from both the fight and the group defended by the wolf pack. The Lugaro snarled in fury as its prey attempted to flee. Ignoring the strange tree creatures and their slow attacks, it dodged around the food that held the fire sticks and ignored the growl of the bitch wolf that stood before them, before the scent of a threat entered its nostrils. The not food that had attacked it first reeked of cold, power and near death. The Lugaro charged at it, instinct driving it to destroy the threat and challenge. NLY for it to turn on the spot and disappear, leaving its jaws empty. It turned, prepared to seek out the elusive not food, when another blast of fire impacted on its shoulder, burning away its fur and searing its flesh. Enraged, the Lugaro spun and bolted after the food that dared to attack it with fire, leaping over the roots and branches that seemed to rise from the ground and reach out from the trees to trip and hold it back. Potter watched as the Lugaro disappeared into the trees in pursuit of Dresden, who was leading it on a roundabout route to the pit Marconi had prepared. Macfin, the shortest path being right past those he had wanted out of the fight. The wolf woman, Tara, followed swiftly, Marconi, Hendricks and Potter turning and making a direct path for the pit. The werewolves, along with Susan and Murphy, who was still dragging a stumbling Denton along, followed them in turn, either figuring it was safer to stay together, not likely, or ignoring Dresden's warning to stay out of the fight, very likely. The group was silent as they ran, save for harsh breathing and the rustling of the trees that literally followed them, rumbling the earth with their footsteps as they kept pace. Susan cursed as she wrestled with the bag slung over her shoulder, before withdrawing the camera of all things and waving it over the wolves running beside them, then shifting to the mobile trees behind them. Ignoring the actions of the reporter, Marconi timed his stride so he fell in step with Potter. "Keep an eye on Denton, would you?" he murmured softly, so evenly you wouldn't think he was in the middle of a fast run. It would be most unfortunate if he were to suffer a fate similar to his colleagues. Potter glanced at his boss, catching his real meaning. He nodded once and his wand twitched in the direction of the captive agent, before returning his attention to the front. Marconi distanced himself from the wizard again casually as they ran and watching. As Denton began to run with less struggle, inwardly satisfied with his employee's competence. He would have to think on this, Potter's seeming ability to control a person's every action, when he had time, it intriguing. And slightly concerning. They slowed as they reached the pit that Marconi had dug in preparation for Macfin, no sign of Dresden or the Lugaro in sight. Ambush would be the best bet, Potter announced by way of explanation as he surveyed the area. The pit was located in the middle of an empty swath of green lawn, the nearest cover, another copse of trees, some distance away. An artificial artfully ruined Greek or Roman temple stood off to the side. Dresden will arrive from somewhere in the vicinity of that path, Marconi told the group, indicating a sandy track that twisted into another of the myriad groups of trees that dotted his property. At high aim flickered briefly above the tree line. Grunting an acknowledgement, Hendricks made his way to the trees at the edge of the ruined temple opposite the indicated path. He hauled himself up to a low branch, rifle strap slung over his shoulder, before repeating the action until he was out of sight, hidden by the leaves. As Marconi led the remainder of the group over to the temple, Potter approached the pit. It was quite deep, with muddy walls that would not allow the Lugaro to claw its way out. Ideally, he would weave an illusion of grass over the top of the pit, but he lacked the time. Crashing and snarling from within the trees told the wizard that their foe was close. With a thought, he had his animated trees plant themselves around the edge of the pit, ready to drag the Lugaro in once he and Dresden were able to herd it close. Without fanfare, Dresden shot out of the trees with speed that an Olympic sprinter would envy, altering his course to aim for the pit. Seconds later, the Lugaro appeared, shaking off vines that wrapped around its limbs and torso. Gunfire erupted from the tree line as Hendricks got a clear shot, opening small wounds on the wolf's shoulders that it ignored in favor of its pursuit of the wizard. A ravenous beast literally snapping at his heels. Dresden pelted towards the transient safety ahead of him. With the beast directly behind him, Potter was forced to wait for an opening, unwilling to risk casting anything that could wound the creature with Dresden in the way. He began to circle around to the side of the pit, looking for an opening. As he approached the pit, Dresden didn't even begin to slow. Aiming his staff at the ground behind him, he gathered his adrenaline, tiredness and sheer heart-stopping fear of the beast only meters from eating him into a small ball and shouted, "Ventus Servatus." The wizard was hurled into the air and over the pit, arms wind-milling for balance comically as he flew. He almost seemed to hang in place at the apex of his arc for a long moment, before he was landing heavily, staff slipping from his grasp. He raised his head quickly despite the pain, hoping to see the Lugaro falling into the pit, only to catch sight of the beast dashing around its edge towards him, no ally's eye. And its way save an animated tree and his staff several feet away. Potter hurled curses across the pit in an effort to slow the creature down, only to have them dodged with maddening ease. The Lu-G-Aru was within 10 meters of Dresden when a smaller, snarling form hit its side like a cannonball. The werewolf Terra sank her fangs into a muscled hind leg, diverting the Lugaro's attention long enough to Dresden to regain his feet and recover his staff. The wizard whirled to face the Lugaro in time to see it sink its teeth into Terra's neck and toss her aside limply. Forzair, Dresden growled, the runes along his staff lighting up from end to tip in a dark red. The Lugaro was caught completely off guard by the concussive force, the wind driven from its lungs and lifted several feet into the air. Dresden sagged, leaning heavily on his staff after the effort required for the spell, but trudging towards the still form of Terra regardless. Potter suddenly disappeared from the other side of the pit, only to reappear between them and the recovering Lugaro, almost startling Dresden out of a year's growth. Putting the apparent teleportation aside for now, the staff wielding wizard focused on the stirring form of the wolf before him. The Lugaro prowled before Potter as he stared it down. He could hear Dresden checking on Terra behind him, but remained focused on the threat, knowing it was just waiting for its chance. Deciding it had found a weakness, the Lugaro charged forward, intent on its prey, giving no attention to the gesture and shout it made. The earth shifted, an enormous hand rising up to grasp the Lugaro and stop it in its tracks. An arm began to extend after it, leaving a deep furrow in the ground as it prepared to throw the creature it held. Only for the strength of the wolf to overpower the fingers that held it, twisting free and falling to land on its feet 6 foot below. Potter released the earthen construct, allowing it to fall back into its place as he stared the maddened beast down. It snarled and growled at him, saliva dripping from its fangs as it gathered itself for another charge, only to pause as his wand began to hum and a blast of cold power radiated from him. Dresden stepped up to his side, staff aglow and smoke wafting from its tip. He slammed the staff down, a wave of his own bright, unseen power issuing forth. The Lugaro was silenced momentarily, ears flat against its skull, cowed by the strength of the 2 wizards before him. Then its hackles began to rise, a rumbling growl beginning deep within its gut as it eyed down those who would dare challenge it. The beast took a step forward, vicious claws extended, glinting in the moonlight. The showdown came to an abrupt end. One moment, the 2 parties were staring each other down, the next they were moving. The Lugaro leapt towards them, determined to reach its prey. Dresden strode forward, a silver pentacle glowing in his fist. The Lugaro crashed into a glowing shield and bounced back, before darting around for another attempt. It was met by a heavy branch crashing into its side as 2 of the animated trees advanced, unnatural, angry roars reverberating through their trunks. The Lugaro snarled its defiance as Dresden continued to batter at it with blasts of concussive force, not knowing or particular caring where his sudden surplus of energy sprang from. Potter conjured a trio of Arctic wolves to harry the Lugaro, but otherwise kept his distance from the fight, most of his attention focus on the bleeding form of the werewolf Terra. Gently, he levitated her off the ground and directed his spell to ferry her over to the temple that sheltered the rest of the werewolves along with Marconi, Susan, Murphy and her prisoner Denton. Part of him noticed as one of his animated trees, the one not fighting Macfin, stilled and slowly overbalanced, crashing to the ground, but he remained used on making sure Terra reached the temple without further injury. Despite his newfound stamina, Dresden found himself tiring as he smacked around a creature he really had no right to be going toe-to-toe with. The rounds from Hendrick's rifle had fallen silent, and the Lugaro was darting between the animated trees as they swatted at him with ease now, ignoring the much smaller white wolves nipping at its calves entirely. It was now held back solely by the tiring staff-wielding wizard's efforts, and he began to back towards the pit in hopes of luring the animal into a charge he could hopefully dodge at the last moment. "Come on, you ugly overgrown poodle," Dresden shouted as he bit back a laugh at the comparison, hyped up on adrenaline, fear and exhilaration. The Lugaro began to froth at the mouth as it danced around the trees blocking it from its prey. It was furious, enraged beyond any manner of thought, beyond the urge to consume the food that had done it such harm. He was some 30 meters from Dresden when it began to run him down. Dresden set himself, readying a wind spell to help propel himself out of the maddened beast's way, when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Potter was suddenly at his side. Despite having been some distance away dealing with Terra somehow. Stupid ninja teleporting. Trust me, and whatever you do, don't fight me on this, Potter too. LD him calmly as he stared near certain death in its snarling face. No worries, I can trust you. You look much more trustworthy than the other guy, Dresden spoke in a rush with a nod at the Lugaro. Ignoring the instinct that demanded he move, and be anywhere rather than right where he was at that moment. The Lugaro was scant meters from them when it launched itself were treated to F. Front row seats as the beast's gaping maw opened wide, saliva flying through yellow fangs as it howled in preparation to crush their fragile bones. Then Potter's hand tightened on Dresden's shoulder. Then they were being squeezed as they were forced through an indescribably tight passage, folded in two and forced into a tiny box, before being stretched out further than their bodies could possibly manage and snapping back. And then they were standing on the other side of the pit. Dresden staggered, disorientated, and was quickly pulled back away from the edge of the pit by Potter. Shaking his head, Dresden focused on the man who had just put him through some sort of magical blender, only for him to indicate to the pit. Glancing over the edge, Dresden was greeted by the sight of the Lugaro prowling in a circle as it bit and snarled at the walls confining it. Got the bugger, Potter grinned triumphantly. Dresden planted his staff and leant heavily against it as a wave of fatigue hit him. But still managed to raise his fist to the other wizard. Puzzled, Potter mirrored his action, breaking out in a bemused expression when Dresden bumped his fist against his own. Yeah, we're awesome, Dresden agreed blithely. The pair of wizards stared down at the Lugaro for several long moments, before the sounds of police sirens began to echo in the distance, quickly growing closer. Potter closed his eyes and sighed, while Dresden groaned, resting his head against his staff. And the evening had been going so well until this point. XX, sir, said Harry, I've been thinking, sir, even if the stone's gone, I mean, you know who. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Yes, sir. Well, Voldemort's going to try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't gone, has he? No, Harry, he has not. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share, not being truly alive. He cannot be killed. He left Quirrell to die. He shows just as little mercy to his followers as his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, you have only delayed his return to power. As I have no doubt there are those out there all too willing to sell their lives to further his cause. You think he'll come back, Harry stated with certainty. Dumbledore observed his student with blue eyes that suddenly seemed tired. With a certainty I wish I lacked, Harry. There's one thing I'd like to know though, sir. Harry trailed off in question. Ask, Harry, and if I can answer your question in good conscience I shall. Well, Voldemort said that he only killed my mother because she tried to stop him from killing me. But why would he want to kill me in the first place? Alas, the first thing you ask me, I cannot tell you. Not today, not now. You will know, one day. Put it from your mind for now, Harry. When you are older, I know you hate to hear this, when you are ready. You will know. He'll come after me again, won't he? It wasn't a question. Dumbledore nodded once, gravely. And I can't do anything but wait for him to try? Harry asked in frustration, staring imploringly into Dumbledore's eyes. He loathed the thought of being helpless. He'd almost rather go back to living in his cupboard and being a servant to the Dursleys than have this amazing world of magic open to him only to find himself just as helpless as before. At least there were no illusions about his lot with his family. The headmaster seemed to age a century as he pondered his reply. Eyes closed behind his half-moon glasses. While I wish I could say there would always be someone of stout heart and steady hand standing ready to defend you, I cannot possibly promise you that. If you truly wish to master your own fate, to be able to rely completely upon yourself and avoid all helplessness, the only advice I can offer you is this: become the best you can be, and then rise above that. Never give in to a so-called inevitability, for if you ever doubt yourself, you have already lost. The pair of them sat in silence for several minutes as Harry pondered the professor's words. Be the best that you could be. Never give up. The young wizard found himself warming to the words as they seemed to click into place within him. Thank you, sir. Harry smiled in gratitude. No need to thank me, Harry, Dumbledore hummed in reply. Although, I wouldn't say no to a sample of the rather fine collection of candy you seem to have accumulated throughout your stay in the hospital wing. Go ahead, sir. Harry grinned at the more than a century-and-a-half-year-old's shameless not-so-subtle hint for candy. Dumbledore hemmed and hawed for several moments before settling over a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I had the misfortune to encounter a vomit-flavored bean in my youth, and since then I've rather lost my liking for them, the elder wizard confided in Harry. But I think I'll try my luck with them once more, he said as he withdrew a bean and popped it in his mouth. Oh ho, he exclaimed, delighted. Raspberry. XX Potter jolted awake, blinking rapidly as a bright light was shone right in his face. It was sometime around 5 in the morning, and he hadn't been allowed more than 10 minutes of sleep in a row since his arrest. After capturing the Lugaro, he and Dresden had done their best to make the pit as secure as possible. While Dresden had worked something similar to what he had done at the SI precinct the night before involving a conjured plush toy to bind the beast itself, Potter had gone about placing an iron grate over the top of the pit, before weaving an illusion of a small pond on it, layering several avoidance charms in for good measure. While the two wizards had been fighting the Lugaro, it turned out that Denton had made a desperate bid for freedom, surprising Murphy while Lachie was distracted by the sight of magic in action and regaining his weapon, before taking Susan hostage, who had been filming. Completely disregarding the gun pointed at her, Murphy had struck at the rogue FBI agent like a cobra, disarming him again and freeing Susan from his grasp. Denton had attempted to shoot her in the process, only to find the gun out of ammunition. In retaliation, RPHY jabbed him in the throat and broke his arm, before throwing him over her hip. An awkward landing, accompanied by a crushed windpipe, had led to a broken neck for Denton. With police at the gate, and a number of government employees dead by their hands, some quick thinking had been required. When the law made it to the ruined temple the group sheltered in, they discovered the body of FBI senior agent Denton, along with video evidence of how he got that way, courtesy of Susan, who grudgingly handed over her only evidence of the supernatural happenings of the night only after receiving a promise that she would get it back unharmed. Marconi had been arrested on general principle even before the police had the full story, as had Potter once it was revealed he was in the other man's employ. Although Hendricks was spared by virtue of his injuries. That was 5 hours ago, and Potter had been stuck in an interrogation cell since then. The door to the cell slammed open, breaking the silence of the last 7 or so hours. A burly-looking detective in a black suit with a yellow Tweety bird tie led the way, while a taller, thinner man clad in blue followed behind. Black suit Rev. RSED. A chair on the other side of the table Potter was seated at and sat down heavily, a smug grin spread across his face, while his partner sat down more sedately. He reminded the wizard of his cousin. 25 to life. That's what you're going away for, you little bastard. Thought you could kill a member of the FBI and get away with it. Your boss didn't fancy doing any TVE you up like that. The man clicked his fingers. Potter looked at the man, amused. No, he didn't, he replied, looking perfectly at ease despite his situation. You think he'd go into bat for a piece of shit grunt like you? Black suit sneered. You're small fry, you little fucker, not even worth his time to protect. And I suppose he threw Hendricks to the wolves as well? Potter asked curiously. Not that one. Blue suit spoke up for the first time. See, Hendricks has been with Marconi long enough that if he tried to give him up, he would ruin him completely. You though, you're the new guy, expendable. You probably haven't even been clued into many of his operations. Well, that's true, Potter mused. I've only been working for him a few days now. And now he's throwing you away like a used condom. Black suit laughed like he'd told a great joke. Easy there. Blue suit remonstrated his partner, before turning back to Potter. How old are you, kid? I've got a son, 17, see. The detective reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, flipping it open to reveal a picture of a freckled kid. You don't look that much older than him. What are you doing mixed up with Marconi's type? He pays extremely well. Potter admitted candidly. He would pay well. He only needed you to take the fall, Blue Suit revealed with a hint of disgust, while Black Suit snorted beside him. He leaned forward. Before confiding in a whisper, this is a pretty standard practice for him. Take in a kid who might be a bit down on his luck, offer to take care of him, and then leave high. To take the rap for whatever law-breaking he's been up to lately. He does? Potter asked dubiously, leaning in as well. All the fucking time, Black Suit announced. Usually by the time we get to the dipshits who fall for his little games, they're in the middle of a cast-iron court case with all the evidence pointing at them. What my partner is trying to say here, Harry, is that this time we got to you in time. Blue Suit explained earnestly. Potter held back a twitch at the way he used his name, but kept his face clear and interested. If you can give us evidence that proves you didn't shoot Agent Ben first, we still might be able to get you off, regardless of what Marconi and Hendricks are saying. Agent Ben? Potter asked with a frown. She was the female agent who we flew. ND dead with multiple bullet wounds in her torso, Blue Suit revealed gravely. According to Marconi, you shot her when she rejected the advances you made. Ah. Potter nodded in understanding. Yeah, I'm going to have to tell you to go fuck yourself. Excuse me. Blue Suit blinked. Go fuck yourself. Denton shot Ben when she tried to stop him from killing us, and the dogs that the other two had turned on them. I don't know what this whole thing was about. Potter waved his hand in an expansive gesture with an expression of contempt, but if you're trying to make something up to pin on Marconi when there was a journalist, a PI and a police lieutenant there to back us up on what happened, you're delusional. And your tie looks retarded, he added offhandedly to Black Suit. Black Suit scowled heavily, while Blue Suit leaned back in his chair and sighed. Listen you little shit, Black Suit hissed as he rose to his feet and shoved the table forwards, trapping Potter against the wall. We know there's more to what happened than the little story you fucks are telling, and I. My. A new voice cut across the detective's attempt at intimidation. I could have a field day here. Arrested without cause. Denied counsel. Deprived of sleep. Attempted coercion with a side of assault. Where should I begin? Black Suit backed off and turned to glare at the newcomer as Potter looked him over. He was an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed, a monogrammed handkerchief in his breast pocket, a leather briefcase in one hand and a polished cane supporting him in the other. Hello, Mr. Potter. I am Mr. Moresby, Mr. Marconi's lawyer. He asked that I see to your release, as by all rights you should have been out of here after a quick statement hours ago, the lawyer introduced himself. Gesturing to the cell doorway in invitation. Potter kicked the table away, freeing himself from his position pinned against the wall. It was fun while it lasted, guys, he drawled, as he walked past the fuming Black Suit and the resigned Blue Suit. We should do this again sometime. With a final wink to Black Suit, the wizard left the room, Moresby following behind. As THEY passed through the mostly empty police station, Potter caught a glimpse of the sunrise through the clouds as they exited the building. Mr. Marconi has retired to his office to attend to several pressing business matters. But asked me to convey several messages to you, Moresby began as they stopped beside a sleek, expensive-looking car. He has received word that the one known as Tara is alive and as well as can be expected, and is currently recovering under care he has provided. Mr. Marconi also asked that you return to his estate to assist Mr. Dresden in the Macfin situation, as he put it. To that end, I offer you a ride. Potter turned the information over in his head for a short moment, before shaking his head. Thanks for the offer, but I'll make my own way over to Marconi's place. Got a broomstick hidden somewhere, do you? Moresby asked archly, causing Potter to raise an eyebrow. Mr. Marconi briefed me on the terms of your employment, he explained with a quirk of his lips, and he is no fool. I may have my reservations, but Mr. Marconi does not engage my services for any but those within his immediate circle. Thanks for getting me out of there, Potter replied, ignoring the unasked question. But I suppose I should be getting over to Marconi's place. With a quick glance up and down the near silent street for anyone watching them directly, he turned on his heel and vanished, leaving behind a gaping old man, all composure forgotten. Potter appeared several meters from the pit containing the Lugaro, the soft snap of his apparition loud in the cold morning air. The ground still bore the marks of the previous night's battle, patches of charred grass, upturned earth and small craters dotted about the landscape. The figure that had been standing at the edge of the pit had whirled to face him, staff at the ready, but relaxed when they saw who it was. Potter, Dresden acknowledged with a nod of his head, before turning back to the pit. Dresden, Potter replied. He noted that the avoidance charms he had weaved over the pit had been hammered down, although the illusion of the pond remained. I broke down the mental suggestions you put up. But I'm having trouble with the veil, Dresden said by way of introduction. I've never been that good with veils, and I'm too low on juice to brute force it, he admitted grudgingly. How long have you been at it? Potter asked in curiosity as he began unraveling his illusion, mentally connecting that Dresden had identified his illusion as a veil. Maybe 20 minutes. The mental part took me 5. You want to be careful with those, by the way, Dresden cautioned him with a frown. You might not have any problem jumping into bed with Marconi, but you want to stay off the White Council's bad side. Mental suggestions like that are very iffy, borderline third law. You have a problem with me working for Marconi? Potter inquired as he continued to work, deftly ignoring the reminder about the laws of magic. I do, actually, Dresden told him bluntly, for a moment looking rather grim in his leather duster and hat as he leaned on his staff. You were born with an ability above your average mortal, and instead of using it to help hew your lot in with a man who profits from crime. And why should I go out of my way to help people I've never met and have never done anything for me, Reverend? Potter returned idly. You wouldn't help a stranger in the street if they asked for help. Dresden asked in response. I might, but I'd also be watching for the FRIEND ready to wallop me over the head and go through my pockets, Potter replied shortly, now stopping his work completely to focus on Dresden. I had you pegged as a good guy after I helped you out the other day. Dresden stated offhandedly, alluding to their first meeting at his office. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to rely on first impressions? Potter asked. My mother died giving birth to me. Didn't yours teach you not to make assumptions? Dresden responded dryly. My mother gave her life to save mine when I was a year old. She didn't quite have the time, Potter responded, equally as dry. A cloud passed over the morning sun, darkening the sky for an instant. Then it passed. I've seen your soul, Harry, Dresden told him seriously. You're not the sort to join up with Marconi because a life of organized crime is the one for you. You forget I've seen yours too, Harry, Potter told the other wizard, lips quirking into a brief grin. And Marconi isn't the devil you'd like to believe him to be. So because he isn't as bad as he could be, it makes it okay for him to sell drugs to kids and make money off a woman selling her body? Dresden demanded. Potter raised his eyes to the sky, considering his answer. I've lived through a war, Dresden. I survived, my friends and enemies didn't. And you know what? After the hundreds that were tortured, killed and lost, nothing changed. The same sort of people were in power in the government, the same prejudices that I bled and killed to see erased remained. After some of the things I've seen, hell, after some of the things I've done. One man running a criminal empire in a single city that could be so much worse really doesn't seem that bad to me. Dresden fell silent, turning Potter's words over in his mind. While he himself was at least a few years the other wizard's senior, he couldn't help but see him as older after that little speech. Finally, he sighed. I suppose the pay helps a lot too, he said conversationally. A peace offering. Oh yes, Potter grinned, beginning his work on the illusion again. It certainly does. How good is it? Dresden asked somewhat mournfully, thinking of all the bills he had laying on his table back at his apartment. Ludicrous. How ludicrous. Very ludicrous. Posh English twat. Unrefined American heathen. The two wizards grinned at the banter, the slight tension between them fading a little. I can see why you wouldn't mind working for Marconi, Dresden granted. But I'd never be able to do it myself. And I figure you would have helped out with the Lugaro even if Marconi wasn't paying you to. I don't know about that, Potter replied mock dubiously. My good Samaritan tendencies are strictly per dollar these days. I've long since grown out of my saving people thing, he finished with the barest hint of wistfulness. Tara probably would have died if you hadn't gotten her out of the fight like you had, Dresden told him somberly, bringing a serious tone back to their conversation. I don't think I would have been able to deal with Macfin without killing him, either. Potter shrugged, not making any verbal reply. You have to show me how you did that thing with the trees though, Dresden continued thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Ents on demand. Saruman, eat your heart out. I'll trade you for that try. You did with the plush toy to muzzle the Lugaro, Potter offered. He almost had the right thread to unravel his illusion now. Dresden paused, surprised at the offer. He hadn't expected the other wizard to want to share such a valuable trick. Thaumaturgy. It isn't exactly a secret forbidden art, he trailed off, cursing his sense of fair play. It might as well be for me. I've never seen anything quite like it, Potter confessed. And neither is my trick where I come from. The comment sobered Dresden. That's right. You hide your tentacles so well I keep forgetting you come from somewhere else. I might not even be able to use your type of mojo. Couldn't hurt to try though, Potter remained optimistic. Worst that could happen is that it doesn't work. And my magic does work here if only for me. Even if it has been feeling different. Aha, he exclaimed, having finally found the right thread. He could have taken the illusion down much more easily by just removing the spell behind it. But the illusion itself would have lingered. Finding the right thread took more skill and resulted in a better job overall. It was like the difference between kicking a tent over or dismantling it in order. With the illusion removed, both wizards peered over the edge of the pit and through the iron grate that was now revealed. Hello up there, said the grumpy naked man at the bottom of the pit. Not that I'm not grateful for getting me down here last night, but if you could get me out of this blasted pit. 20 minutes later, Macfin had been rescued owned the pit and enjoyed the hospitality of a shower in Marconi's manor, while Dresden had liberated a set of expensive clothes from somewhere, most likely Marconi's wardrobe, but Potter wasn't going to comment that were ill-fitting on Macfin's large form, but still better than nothing. Macfin had listened in silence seated on a couch in the parlor of Marconi's manor as Dresden introduced to Potter before telling the story of the previous night. Once the tale was done, he was quiet for several minutes as he digested it. Thank you, he replied at length. Those damned Hexenwolves nearly ruined everything. I'm glad you were able to resolve the conflict with them, Macfin finished with a grin that told Potter he hadn't entirely left his wolfish instincts behind when he reverted to human form. If either of you ever need a favor, just ask, and I'll do my best to repay the debt I owe you both. Dresden nodded, while Potter filed this away for future reference. He did enjoy being owed favors. You wouldn't happen to know where Tara was taken, would you? Macfin asked somewhat anxiously. Marconi apparently has a driver ready to take you to her, Dresden explained, looking sour at being relegated to messenger status. Potter suspected Marconi had given Dresden the message to pass on just to get a rise out of him, but he wouldn't be the one to mention that. I'd best get going then, Macfin said, rising to his feet. Potter and Dresden mirrored him. I'll be joining you then. I carpooled to get here and my ride left without me, Dresden told him. I guess I'll see the pair of you around then, Potter shrugged as they made their way out of the manor. I was woken at an ungodly hour yesterday morning and I don't think I've had anything past a coffee and a sandwich since then. With a nod to Dresden and Macfin, Potter made his way to the garage where he had stowed his bike, while they approached the limousine that was apparently waiting for them. Staring at his bike as he fought to keep his eyes open a minute later, Potter quickly decided against driving back to his hotel. Closing his eyes, he turned on his heel, before reopening them, to find himself in a secluded corner of his hotel lobby. Trudging past the reception, he had almost made it to the elevator before a voice called out to him. Excuse me, Mr. Potter. Turning to the source of the voice, he raised his eyebrows in silent question, allowing the dark bags that were surely present under his eyes do the talking for him. If the same hoe had checked him in was fazed by his appearance, she didn't let it show. Mr. Potter, you received a message while you were out. It is available for you on the message bank of your room phone, the woman told him politely. Fixing a smile to his face, Potter turned back to the elevator, intent on reaching his room without further disturbance. One interminably long elevator ride with insufferable music later, he had reached his floor. He passed the red-headed child waiting for the elevator without a second glance, almost tripped over a maid cart and weaved drunkenly past several other people before stumbling towards his due. Or in fumbling with the keys for several moments before gaining entry. Shucking his boots, jacket and shirt in a trail to his bed, he struggled with his jeans fruitlessly for several moments before giving it up as a bad job and sprawling on his lovely, comforting, utterly awesome bed. The message on his phone could wait. Right now, the most important thing was sleep. It had been a long working day, and he had better been paid overtime for his efforts. If he had been slightly more aware, he might have spared a moment to be concerned over the fact that there was no one in this new world who might leave him a message that he hadn't just spent the past day with. The phone was ringing. Potter groaned, pulling his pillow over his head in a vain attempt to block the piercing sound. The phone was ringing shrilly, disturbing his rest. Potter swore and twisted around beneath the cover of his bed, bleary eyes searching for the digital clock in the darkness of the room. The phone was ringing shrilly, disturbing his rest. At 5 in the fucking morning, Potter was going to murder someone. Then he would bring them back to life and flay them. Then he would parade their naked orbs through the city like a marionette. Then he would. What? Potter barked into the phone in a tone that would have broken lesser men. Mr. Harry Potter, a polite woman's voice inquired as if it were a normal hour. Speaking, he replied, eyes closed in hopes that he could just go back to sleep after the call was over. I'm calling on behalf of the Estiva Hotel, Mr. Potter. I left a message for you the day before yesterday. But you failed to contact me, the woman continued in business-like tones. Terribly sorry about that, Potter replied in a tone somehow bordering between cheer and venom. But I hadn't slept or eaten for a few days and was rather looking forward to catching up on my rest. I see. Regardless, Mr. Potter, this is a matter of some urgency. Would you be able to a meeting at the Estiva office headquarters this morning? No, Potter responded, jaw clenched. This isn't something we can deal with over the phone. Or, at a time of day that doesn't leave me feeling homicidal. It is in regards to the conditions of your stay at our hotel, Mr. Potter. There seems to have been some irregularity with your paperwork, the woman explained brusquely, ignoring the wizard's sarcasm. Potter's face contorted in a silent frustrated scream before smoothing. And what might the issue be, madam? He asked in polite tones. The method of payment, Mr. Potter. I'm going to have to insist that we meet at my office as soon as possible. Potter massaged his temple with the hand that wasn't occupied by a phone. He was tired, cranky, and the sudden onset of a ravenous appetite wasn't helping matters. Can't I just leave a fucking IOU at the front desk or something? He asked grumpily. There was a pause on the line. That would be sufficient, Mr. Potter. We can even have the relevant paperwork prepared for you at your convenience. Oh, well, so long as it's at my convenience, Potter snarked. Indeed, the woman replied dryly in the first hint of emotion all phone call. Thank you for your patience. I wish you a pleasant day. Yes, you have a pleasant day too, won't you? Potter stated mockingly. Please don't forget the paperwork, Mr. Potter. As I will be obliged to perform follow-up calls until you comply if you do, the woman responded in a tone that was definitely amused before hanging up. Bitch, Potter muttered, into the disconnected phone before placing it back into its cradle. He stretched out on the bed, groaning in pleasure as he worked out several kinks in his back, before throwing the pillow back over his head. Another 30 hours of sleep sounded like a good idea right about then. 5 hours later saw Potter awaken searching through the bare cupboards in the kitchen in pursuit of food. Discovering what appeared to be a menu, he quickly called up room service and placed an order for an English breakfast. 15 minutes after that, there was a knock on his door. The cart that as escorted in by an attractive brunette had his mouth watering in anticipation at 10 paces. He hadn't even smelled a breakfast like this in years. Some time later, a sated wizard relaxed back onto his couch, looking about the tastefully furnished hotel room as he digested his meal. A sheet of paper poking out from beneath the tray his food had been brought on caught his eye. Further inspect, Ion revealed it to be a fancily drawn contract, gold lettering on a forest green card with space provided for even the most flamboyant signature at the bottom. After a moment, Potter realized that was the IOU the woman from the hotel had been hounding him about earlier that morning. Quote, I, Harry Potter, do acknowledge existence of debt. Esteva Holdings, in return for accommodation, discharged at CEO's discretion. Blah blah. Jargon. Sign here. Oh, fuck off would you. Potter snapped his fingers, a spark leaping from them to the contract. He watched as the paper burned, inwardly amused. A fancy IOU like this might mean something to the Muggles and their businesses, but not him. Rising to his feet, Potter gathered the remains of his breakfast together on the tray provided and placed it out in the hall. The ashes of the card piled neatly on the plate. He then went about preparing for his day, a spring in his step. After 24 hours of sleep, he was restored, recharged, and ready to do something exciting. With the image of his destination held in his mind's eye, he turned on his heel and disappeared with a quiet crack. Inside a familiar club, chair approached a door that led to his employer's office. Several young men and women were moving around the bar area, cleaning up the remaining mess from the previous night and preparing for the next. Some of them glanced at the strange kid who had recently been hired by the boss for his other business as he weaved through the couches and high tables scattered about the place. Approaching the entrance to his boss's office, he threw the door open without knocking and strolled on in. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," Marconi greeted without looking up from his dark mahogany desk. "It is good to say you returned to the world of the living." "Hey Johnny," Potter stated casually, slumping down into the chair in front of the desk. "Miss me?" Marconi refrained from rolling his eyes at the wizard's behavior, but it was a near thing. "Terribly," he agreed with a perfectly straight face. "Mr. Potter, I need a better way of contacting you than sending Miss Blue over in the mornings with coffee." "Yes, you do," Potter agreed. "Terrible swill that stuff." "Quite," Marconi stated dryly as he sifted through various paperwork. "I would appreciate if you would organize a method through which you may be contacted in case of emergency." Quote, "Sure," Potter nodded, "I'll pick up a mobile phone or something." "Excuse me," Marconi sat up, giving his full attention to Potter. "Isn't that what they're called?" Potter asked. "Or is it cell phones?" "Mr. Potter," Marconi began slowly, "I was under the impression you and Mr. Dresden's caliber were incapable of using modern technology without causing it to spontaneously combust." I've never had that problem," Potter replied in a bemused tone. "Well, that is convenient then," Marconi considered, before moving on. "Mr. Potter, I have a new project for you. The more I discover of the supernatural world, the more I realize just how woefully undefended I am against it. I would like you to remedy that." Potter grimaced, thinking on his current magical disabilities. Marconi, misreading the expression, held up his hand to forestall him. "I realize that you lack detailed knowledge of certain beings, Mr. Potter. I am not so demanding as to ask for a defense for every possible creature or threat out there. I merely wish for a degree of protection that will stop such a threat from waltzing in off the street." "There might be a bit of a problem with that," Potter revealed. Sitting up straighter in his chair, Marconi frowned almost imperceptibly, steepling his hands before him. "And what might that problem be?" "Before you hired me, I was injured, I guess would be the best word," Potter began, using the same tale he had revealed to Susie after the failed lycanthrope attack. "Normally, I could weave a horrible amount of protective wards around any given place. Intruders would be burned, crushed, imprisoned. I could have caused the very existence of a place to be forgotten by all who knew of it, but," he shrugged. "Right now I'm limited to whatever spells I can attach to the building. They're effective enough, but they wouldn't stop me if I wanted in." Marconi pondered the new information, turning what he knew over in his mind. "Where do you come from, Mr. Potter?" he asked, out of the blue. "I was born in London," Potter answered easily. "They don't have Lugaros in London then?" Marconi inquired. "Not that I've seen," the wizard replied. "Mr. Potter," Marconi began slowly, "just how much knowledge do you have of the supernatural world?" Potter took a breath, considering his answer. "Honestly," he asked, receiving a nod in reply, "I probably have no idea of more than a fraction of what's out there. What I do know is from creatures similar enough that I can match them to." "I am not pleased at you chose to withhold this information," Marconi warned, anger appearing on his face. I hired you under the assumption that you held a certain knowledge of the supernatural world. No, you hired me under the assumption that I could smack your werewolf problem around like a little bitch, Potter retorted, leaning forward. I may be temporarily limited, but my power remains unchecked. I never told you a lie. And I dealt with the problem you hired me for. My instinct tells me to trust you, Mr. Potter, but experience so far has shown me reason to be wary. I cannot continue our contract in good conscience unless you stop hiding information that I need to know, Marconi revealed, delivering his ultimatum. You will not find another wizard with my powers on this planet, Potter told him calmly, no expression on his face. There will always be someone stronger, and there are plenty with more knowledge than I, but you will never find another wizard capable of the things I can do. Marconi stared his employee down. Judging him, the FBI agents, he stated suddenly. You were able to control their actions. You had them turn on each other and dance to your tune. Why are you working for me, when presumably you could work the same magic on myself? I will never use that magic except on an enemy, Potter answered immediately. It is a vile spell and I have seen it used to turn good men into mere puppets far too often to have any wish to do it myself. Besides, he grinned wryly, making money is far more fun when it isn't just given to you. I see, Marconi replied, earning over the clearer picture he now had of Potter in his mind. Then, as my employee, what would you suggest? You should probably hire someone who knows more about what you want to know, Potter admitted easily. And what if I decide that I only need one wizard in my employ? Marconi asked curiously. You won't, Potter answered easily. Oh, and why not? Because I'm Harry fucking Potter, the man smirked. And while you might find some wizard and drag him from his tower and into your business, no timid, well-read scholar will ever be as awesome as I am. Marconi's mouth twitched. I see, he repeated. Before reaching into a drawer and pulling out a folder, sliding it across the desk into Potter's reach. The wizard opened it and flicked through the pages inside. That is a saint of properties I would like you to take a look at. Do what you can and record it in the space provided. Return it to me when you are finished. It'll take me a day or 3, Potter responded, looking through the pages. He closed the file and tucked it inside his jacket, before rising to his feet. That is acceptable. Miss Blue has been informed of your task and will be available to aid you if you should need it. She should be at the office building where you obtained your new identity, Marconi said, his attention turning back to the work on his desk. Potter gave his boss a nod before turning towards the door, and disappearing with a snap. Marconi twitched at the unexpected action, closing his eyes briefly before returning to his work. A binding folder on a high shelf toppled onto its side, throwing up a small cloud of dust where it sat near the only window in the office. Marconi frowned. He didn't recall opening that window. Making a note to have Hendricks check his office for bugs. He was suddenly amused by the thought of what the possible eavesdroppers must have thought of him now, calmly discussing wizardry and supernatural threats in a serious manner. Allowing himself a rare chuckle, he once again busied himself in his work. Susie jerked and swore, hand going to the drawer that held her gun as she suddenly became aware of a presence in her office. Grinning widely despite the hand cannon aimed squarely at his head, Potter sat himself down on the edge of her desk. Hey there, Susie, he greeted. How's things? Her heart rate slowing to a normal pace, Susie returned her gun to the drawer. Oh, things are great, she replied in a sarcastic tone, flipping blue hair from her eyes. I've had to deal with idiots all morning. The work is piling up, and strange kid wizards are just appearing in my office. You're not old enough to call me a kid, Potter replied with an exaggerated pout. You know, I'm pretty sure you've been wearing those clothes every time I've seen you, Susie stated, ignoring him as she examined his jeans, shirt and jacket with narrowed eyes. You haven't been wearing those clothes every time I've seen you, have you? She asked in a warning tone. Well, yeah, Potter admitted sheepishly. These are the only clothes I own. Susie stared at him, nose crinkled up in disgust. That's terrible. They'd have to be bloody filthy by now. I don't even want to know what they smell like. They're not so bad, Potter defended his clothing. Besides, I have magic to keep them clean. Buy some new clothes. Seriously, Susie told him frankly. And don't say you can't afford it. I know how much you got paid the other day, she said, before her expression turned teasing. Unless the mighty wizard blew it all on booze and hookers his first night out on the town as a legal adult. Oh, like I need money to pull women, Potter groused. And that wasn't my first night out. I'm not as young as you seem to think. Sure. Susie waved him off airily. Now, what are you invading my office for? Johnny told me you'd be able to show me where these places Ned, pulling the folder he had been given from Inns. Eyed his jacket and throwing it down on the desk. He waited as Susie flicked through it. Yeah, the boss man told me about this, she replied absently. Most of these places are relatively close together. I didn't expect you until later though. Are you good to show me them today? Potter asked. Yeah, it's no problem. Let me close up shop here and I'll drive you there, Susie replied, a smirk spreading across her face. You don't have any problems with me driving, do you? Recalling the fervor with which Susie negotiated the roads of Chicago, Potter narrowed his eyes at the impish woman grinning across the desk at him. Of course, he replied easily. Why would I? Potter stepped out of the car with no small amount of relief. It seemed Susie had taken his comment as a challenge to drive with even more wild abandon than their previous trip together. Decent time getting here, I suppose, Potter remarked in an uninterested tone. Although you could have gone a bit faster along the overpass. I'll keep that in mind, Susie replied, looking just a tad disappointed at his reaction. So what is this place? Potter asked curiously as they approached the first building on the list. They were in the middle of suburbia, surrounded by rows upon rows of near-identical houses, green lawns and soccer mum vans. Their first stop was one of those houses, albeit one that looked more unkempt and unused than its neighbors. Susie shrugged as they walked up the small stairs to the door. I wouldn't know. I thought you knew what all these places were. Potter asked as he watched her examine the area around the front door. Silly wizard. I'm driving you around because I know my way around town. You expect me to know each and every building the boss man owns. She raised a pierced eyebrow. Okay, now I feel a bit stupid, Potter admitted as Susie began to lift up the numerous pot plants arrayed around the front porch. What are you doing? Looking for the key, came the short reply. Are you going to just stand there or will you give me a hand? She asked with a small amount of irritation. The sound of a latch turning and the door creaking open answered her question. Wizard. Potter grinned at her cockily, slipping his wand back up his sleeve. Stepping inside, the two of them looked around the place. Despite its outward appearance, the interior of the house appeared to be well used, if a little empty. Sparse furniture along with a lack of pictures on the walls gave the house a sterile feel. What does the boss want you to do with these places anyway? Susie asked curiously as she sat herself down in the single armchair in the living room. Set up a bit of magical protection, Potter called as he wandered through the house, inspecting doorways and walls. Yeah, Susie replied, intrigued. How does that work? Well, normally I'd kidnap a few virgins, gather some gypsy tears and dance naked under the moon, but I'm limited in what I can do at the moment. Oh, remember how I told you I'd been injured and it was affecting my magic? Potter asked as he returned to the living room, receiving a nod in response. This sort of work needs the type of magic I'm having trouble with at the moment, so I've gotta fall back on something less elegant. And what's that? Susie asked, growing more and more interested. Pranking spells, Potter grinned. Something I learned from the best. Pranking? Susie asked skeptically, watching as the wizard began to mutter to himself as he sketched the outline of the front door with his wand. Never underestimate the potential for harm of a good prank, Potter lectured. Sure, this spell here might turn someone's skin yellow, but it could also spell out a message screaming, intruder. That resists all attempts to cover it up, and if I wanted to be really nasty, it can even peel strips of skin of its victim. Fair enough then, Susie replied, somewhat spooked at the idea of walking through a door only to have herself spontaneously skinned. Then a thought occurred to her. How will you make it so it doesn't hit the people who are supposed to be here? I'll tell Marconi how to key people into it, Potter explained as he continued to work. Then he can tell whoever needs to know. It's simple and you don't need magic for it, but hard to stumble across. Conversation fell silent for several minutes as Susie continued to watch Potter work. After muttering a litany of foreign-sounding phrases to himself and tapping the doorway in various different places, he moved on to the window in the living room. "Where did you learn all of this anyway?" the blue-haired woman asked, curiosity getting the better of her at last. "I went to a school for magic users when I was 11 years old." Potter replied after a short pause. "Stayed there for 7 years. They teach teenagers how to make walking tree monsters and turn cars into tigers." Susie asked dubiously. "Not normally, no. I was a bit of a special case though," he replied, finishing up at the living room window and moving into the kitchen. "Why's that?" "Because I devoured every bit of knowledge I thought might be useful, and my mentors there knew better than to leave me with too much spare time on my hands," came the response, the tone giving Susie an image of a satisfied smirk. "So can anyone learn how to do magic?" Susie asked nonchalantly. "Find it useful, EY." Potter called knowingly, teasingly. "Unfortunately, you either have it or you don't. If you had it, you'd know." "Ah, fair enough," Susie replied, keeping the disappointment from her voice. The conversation dropped off again as Potter moved to the back door, finished with the kitchen windows. "What happened to your accents?" Potter asked several minutes later as he worked through the bedrooms while Susie took the chance to relax in the rather comfortable armchair. "My what? Your accents? You know, how you sprouted off in English. South African and Australian when we met the other day," the wizard called impatiently. "Oh, those," Susie replied with an Irish lilt. "I can't say I know what you're talking about." A pink light came whizzing out of the hallway and into the living room, hitting Susie in the ribs and radiating a tickling sensation. Susie shot up from her chair, clutching at her sides as she fought back giggles. "That was just a light touch of what I can do," Potter called, amusement in his voice. "It's a habit I've gotten into through my work," Susie replied with a shrug despite the fact that he couldn't see her. "You'd be surprised how knowing someone's accent can help you. Your work, information. I've a talent for looking at a bunch of little things and oming up with something useful for the boss man," Susie explained. "What sort of things?" Potter had finished in the bedrooms and was now doing something to the hat stand in the hall. "Like, give me the traffic ticket records of a guy the boss wants to find and the surveillance tapes of the gas stations around those areas and I'll tell you where he's based," she expanded. "Sounds pretty simple," Potter replied, not sounding too impressed. "If you know what you're looking for, sure," Susie snorted. "But try coming up with an answer when all you have to go on is the area they distribute. Their product in a vague description. You wouldn't believe the amount of shit you have to sort through to get what you want." "I stand corrected," the wizard replied amusedly. "And that's us done here. On to the next one." Their next destination was another safe house, and after that a small office building. They ran through these locations in a similar manner to the first, hot thinking up new ways to incapacitate possible intruders with vicious-minded former prank spells. If he couldn't weave himself a proper ward, he was going to have to become downright fiendish with his use of static spells. Especially when he eventually accumulated possessions that he couldn't afford to leave unprotected. He was sure his godfather would have been proud. Things continued along this vein until they reached one of their last locations of the day, a small warehouse in downtown. While the workers at the office building they had visited had been content to leave them be, the few thugs loitering at the warehouse were apparently starved for entertainment. "I'm afraid this is private property you're intruding on here," the leader of the 4 men hanging about at the delivery entrance of He Warehouse grinned at the pair of them, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. "Shove off, you little ingrate," Susie snapped back with uncharacteristic force. "Ooh, kitty's got claws," one of the men chuckled. The others moved to block their entrance to the building. "You know damn well who I am, Steiner," Susie told the leader with a disgusted twitch of her lips. "That I do, young lass," Steiner, the lead thug, nodded mockingly. "But I don't know who the bloke with you is. Just doing me job protecting Mr. Marconi's warehouse, yay see. Hendrix isn't going to be happy if he has to come down here again," Susie warned as she let her hand drift very obviously to the gun at her hip. "Just like I'm sure Marconi won't be much pleased Ye shanghaied his number 1 into talking to a few small time Ye couldn't handle yourself." Steiner smiled unpleasantly. "And of the pair of us, I'm not the one who'd lose more getting into his bad books. What the fuck do you think you're accomplishing here? Susie asked after closing her eyes briefly to ward off her forming headache. I was thinking ye could go out of your way to make life a little easier for me and my boys, Steiner suggested, rubbing his hands together. Ye do that, and maybe I won't mention the little boy toy ye brought into one of the boss's special warehouses. She could do that, Potter began slowly, speaking up for the first time. Or you could just let us past and go back to sucking each other off. Ye little cunt, Steiner spat. Who the fuck do ye think ye are, talking to me like that? He led a gun from the back of his waistband, shoving it in Potter's face. Steiner found himself staring down a thin wooden stick, grasped by the man who he held at gunpoint. And what the fuck are ye going to do with that? He snorted contemptuously. Poke me eye out. I think the more important question, little man, Potter began thoughtfully, is what are you going to do with that? There was no movement for a long moment as the thug struggled to answer the obvious question. Then Steiner let out a pitiful little shriek, drawing all attention to himself. In the place of his gun, a hissing snake was coiled around his hand, swaying back and forth as it rose. Its dark brown scales seemed to shine in the afternoon sun as it opened its maw, displaying a huge pair of fangs. It seems you've made a new friend, Steiner. Potter mused as the thugs looked on dumbstruck. Do you know what that is? That's a coastal taipan, the deadliest snake in the world. I was bitten by one once, and I was lucky to survive. He smiled thinly. It was excruciating. Steiner began to shake, and the snake hissed loudly. Careful there, Potter warned, his tone light. They don't like being shaken around like that. Maybe you should keep your arm a bit steadier. What the fuck did you do? Steiner whispered harshly, barely daring to breathe as he forcibly stopped his arm from shaking. I turned your gun into a deadly snake. What are you, an idiot? Potter smirked. The snake in question began to pull back, readying itself to strike. I wouldn't say anything more, you've gone and made it angry. Well, angrier. Would you like me to do something about that for you? He asked politely. Not daring to speak, let alone move, Steiner could only nod fractionally. He nearly leapt back, in fright while his companions muttered startled oaths when the strange kid threatening him began hissing at the snake, his tongue flickering over his lips. He began to shake uncontrollably again when the snake began hissing back. She doesn't like you, Potter smiled, revealing a stretch of white teeth. I don't like you either, so I'm going to have to ask you to give her to me. Careful she doesn't bite you. Steiner took one trembling step forward, then another, before he was in reach of the crazy kid. He leaned forward with his arms still stretched out, not willing to get any closer. Take it, he pleaded. Potter tsked at him. She, not it, he admonished, before reaching out to him. The taipan uncoiled itself from Steiner's wrist and slithered along Potter's hand, dissipy. Ring up his sleeve beneath his leather jacket. Very good, he said approvingly, like a teacher to a student. Run along now. The thugs wasted no time in fleeing, one giving him a wide-eyed look as they practically ran past. Steiner at the lead and no doubt headed for the nearest bar. That, Susie began, was the coolest and creepiest thing I've seen all day. She gave him a wary look. Where'd the taipan go? I'm not going near you if it could poke its head out from your sleeve at any moment, she warned. What taipan? Potter smiled, adjusting his jacket to reveal a pistol tucked into the waist of his jeans. XX, what do you think you're playing at? He shouted, and before Harry could say anything, Justin had turned and stormed out of the hall. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand and the snake vanished in a small puff of black smoke. Snape, too, was looking at Harry in an unexpected way. It was a shrewd and calculating look, along with a touch of amusement, and Harry didn't like it. He was also dimly aware of an ominous muttering all around the walls. Then he felt a tugging on the back of his robes. Come on, said Ron's voice in his ear. Move, come on. Ron steered him out of the hall, Hermione hurrying alongside. As they went through the doors, the people on either side drew away as though they were frightened of catching something. Harry didn't have a clue what was going on, and neither Ron nor Hermione looked like they were about to explain anything until they had dragged him halfway across the castle to the Gryffindor common room. As they passed an empty classroom, Harry freed his arm from Ron's grip and grabbed both his friend's arms, hauling them out of the hall. "What's going on?" Harry demanded, slightly freaked out by the way his friends were looking at him. "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" Ron demanded. "I'm a what?" said Harry. "A Parselmouth," said Ron. "You can talk to snakes." "I know," Harry replied, a bit bewildered by the deal Ron was making over it. "I've done it before. I accidentally set a boa constrictor on Dudley once." "Bloody hell, Harry," Ron moaned, holding his head in his hands. "What's the big deal?" Harry questioned. "I bet loads of people can do it." "Oh no they can't," Ron told him. "It's not common at all." "This is bad, Harry." "Why is it bad?" Harry demanded, temper rising. "If I hadn't told the snake to back off, it would have bitten Justin." "Oh, that's what you said to it?" "What do you mean? You were there. You heard me." "I heard you speaking Parseltongue," said Ron, snake language. "You could have been saying anything." "No wonder Justin panicked. You sounded like you were egging the snake on or something." "It was creepy, you know. I was speaking a different language." Harry asked Ink, "Could I possibly speak a language if I didn't even know about it?" Ron shook his head. Both he and Hermione were looking as though someone had died. Harry couldn't see what was so terrible. "What, so I was supposed to let the snake bit Justin's head off?" he demanded. "No, but you stopped it in just about the worst way you could." Ron shook his head. "What's wrong with being a Parselmouth?" Harry asked exasperatedly. "Nothing is wrong with it," Ron began bluntly, "except that every Parselmouth for the last few hundred years has gone dark." "You know who was one?" "It turns you dark?" Harry asked nervously. "Of course not," Hermione spoke finally, although she looked like she would have rather stayed quiet. "Only the very worst magics can do anything like that. Parselmouth is just another ability. If there's nothing wrong with it, then what does it matter if people know about it?" Harry threw his hands in the air. "It matters," Hermione started in a sharp tone. "Because being able to talk to snakes was what Salazar Slytherin was famous for. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. And now people are going to think his great-great-great-great-grandson or something," Ron predicted. "Why should I care what they think?" Harry questioned with a scowl. "Because they'll have you as the one opening the chamber by morning, if they haven't already." Ron almost exploded. "If they think that all because I can speak to snakes, then they're not worth the time to worry about," Harry retorted. "They think speaking to snakes is wrong. I'm not going to let them tell me what to do. Just be careful, would you, mate?" Ron told him worriedly. "There's people out there who'll take this seriously." "I'll be careful," Harry assured his friends. "Besides, if this is something only a few people can do, then I'm already one up on them." That evening, Potter returned to his hotel room feeling more tired than expected for the day's work, although that could be explained by the shopping bags weighing him down. After finishing his work spelling the warehouse, Susie had taken him to a nearby shopping mall. She proceeded to drag him from store to store, but only after stealing several $100s from his pockets. Despite the novelty of it, the shopping trip was still one of the most mind-numbing, boring experiences he had been through. The bags he now carried through the door of his hotel room were laden with clothes, as well as a brand new, flip-top phone. According to Susie, they were a the rage, and a small number of more uncommon objects he had found in what Susie had called an alternate lifestyle store. A flick of his wand and the bags containing his new clothes floated into the bedroom, while his other purchases arranged themselves around the small coffee table that sat between the couch and the TV. Sliding down to lean against the couch with his legs underneath the table, Potter upended a small bag over the wooden surface. A number of small semi-precious stones tumbled out haphazardly. He considered the collection of stones for a few moments, before picking out a peridot and moving the rest to the side. His inability to forge wards or weave enchantments wasn't something he could let stand. While he could still cast magic directly, he needed to find out what had curtailed his wider magical abilities unless he was ready to forfeit his hard-earned skill in those fields. Not likely. Focusing on the green stone sitting before him, Potter concentrated on a basic cheering charm, enunciating each syllable to the spell clearly and moving through the wand movements precisely, making sure the spell was as perfect as he could make it before moving on to the next step. Holding the magic within him, Potter began to weave a matrix to hold the charm around the peridot stone. Once he was sure all was correct, he let the matrix holding the charm flow through his wand and sent it to latch around the stone. For a long moment, the wizard surveyed the stone, waiting for something to happen. When nothing did, he reached forward cautiously to grab the peridot. His cautiousness was well warranted. As soon as he grasped the stone, a moment of cheer spread through him, before the stone cracked and shattered, the feeling changing, briefly becoming bitter before being banished. Examining the remaining small shards, Potter held back a sigh. If only it were so easy. Casting several diagnostic charms on the broken stone and monitoring charms around the table, Potter set into work. Determined to achieve some manner of progress that night. The phone rang shrilly, jerking Potter awake from his position leaning against the couch. He had worked well into the night, and was beginning to make some progress. He could now feel his magic explode, when his attempted enchantment failed. Rubbing at tired eyes, he realized that he must have fallen asleep while working. Not an uncommon occurrence whenever he found some new problem to sink his teeth into. The phone rang again, drawing his attention. He summoned the clunky hands-free phone from its cradle and waited for it to arrive in his hand, eyes closed. When it arrived, he held it to his ear and answered with a deceptively mild, "Hello. Mr. Potter, unfortunately it seems that you have failed to." Potter's eyes snapped open at the familiar voice, searching out the clock that hung on the wall. It was 5 in the morning. Again, viciously and with great satisfaction, Potter thumbed the end call button, cutting the unnamed woman off mid-sentence. Eyes closed, he tilted his head back on the couch in a vain attempt to get some more rest. The phone began ringing again and his wand was in his hand with a blasting curse on his lips. Deciding not to start his day by destroying the room, he cast a silencer at the device, returning the room to blissful quietness. He settled down again, preparing to get some more rest. It was not to be. 100 different small noises and distractions conspired to keep his brain from shutting down, and numerous times he swore he could hear a small bird fluttering around his rooms or rats scuttling through the walls. Close to an hour later, he finally gave it up as a bad job and began to get ready for another day of warding properties for Marconi. Potter and Susie visited several more of locations that day, including an isolated lake house, another safe house, another warehouse, and a bar that turned out to be a front for a supply cache of some sort. None of the men present at some of the locations gave them any trouble, and Potter in particular was subject to a number of wary glances. It wasn't until they were on their way out of the dark smoking bar that they discovered the cause of the wariness. "I don't see it," one of the patrons announced loudly as Potter and Susie made their way out, the wizard having finished his work. The two of them paused, sharing a glance before turning to face the gruff man who addressed the room. "See what?" Susie asked, a flat insincere smile fixed in place. "You supposed to be some sort of magic man," he spat, nursing a jug of beer. "Steiner and his boys been telling tall ones. Would it be better if I wore a robes and a pointed hat?" Potter asked as he approached the man, real concern showing on his face as he looked between Susie and the one who had called him out. The barman and the other few patrons scattered about the place watched in silence. "I'll believe it when I see it," the man snorted, taking another swill of his drink, before coughing and spluttering the mouthful of liquid out. He rose to his feet, wiping a hand across his mouth to clear the substance from his lips. "What the fuck?" he demanded, looking at the glass in his hand that had somehow been filled with egg yolks and yellow. "Oops," Potter said apologetically. "It was an accident, sleight of hand," the man swore. "You're a pissant street magician. You sure about that?" Potter asked with a sly smile, his eyes gleaming green. The man shook his head disbelievingly and turned away from the strange kid. Facing the bar again, shrugging with an oddly satisfied look, Potter departed from the bar with Susie at his side, leaving its patrons to gossip about the confrontation. The man sitting at the bar beckoned for another drink to replace ruined one. As he waited, he glanced into the large mirror that hung on the bar wall, partially obscured by racks of alcohol. Finding his own reflection, his heart jumped a beat as he caught sight of the magician, eyes glowing an eerie green, standing right behind him. He whirled around with an oath, only to find empty space and draw the bar's attention to himself once again. He looked back to the mirror. It was empty of anything that didn't belong. Shaking his head, he accepted the fresh beer and drained half of it in one go. Trying to ignore what he knew he had seen. It wouldn't be the last time one of the bar patrons caught sight of the strange kid standing at their back in the mirror, grinning slyly. Those who do, uttered the stories of how he talked to snakes, and had the snakes talk back, began to believe. Word began to spread. The gentleman Johnny Marconi had a bona fide magician working for him. Like he had the previous evening, Potter sat down at the coffee table in his hotel room with his back against the couch as he stared determinedly at the collection of stones before him. He had been forced to buy more peridot stones that afternoon, having almost depleted his collection of them in the course of his work. Setting up several charms to record and monitor his work, he began to cast the same simple charm he had cast numerous times the previous night, before wrapping it in the same simple enchantment matrix and attempting to attach it to a small stone that was almost identical to the dozens of others that lay on the table waiting for similar treatment. Nearly 2 hours and 37 stones later, Potter broke out in a wide grin as the stone before him cracked down the middle. Despite failing for the umpteenth time at an enchantment that was taught to aspiring enchanters in their first week of learning, he was extremely pleased. Instead of shattering into slivers as his previous efforts had, the stone had remained mostly in one piece, and he knew why. Instead of merely allowing the matrix to attach itself to the stone, he had tried to reach out with his magic and guide it to where he felt it should be. Granted, it was like trying to play pool with a tree trunk for a cue, but it was progress. Progress of a sort that he was damn sure hadn't ever been made before. It was all well and good to learn and master a spell, something he himself had done countless times, but it was something else entirely to intimately feel and guide the course of an enchantment on the level T. Had he had just taken the first step to achieving, he would be able to craft a matrix capable of holding spells far too volatile to hold in any existing enchantment, be able to weave powerful wards on the spot. They were advances that hadn't been seen in either field in centuries, and they were within his grasp. Potter grinned widely, turning over the cracked stone in his hand. This must have been how Albus felt when he examined that first jug of dragon blood as Flammel's apprentice, how Severus felt when he modified potions that had been used for decades for the better as a mere student. He wished Hermione were here to see this. His good mood vanished, a slight frown crossing his face. He did his best not to think of his friends, it only brought to mind memories of how they died. He flexed his fingers, working out the stiffness in them. It was time for a break. 20 minutes later, he was riding the elevator down to the lobby, making use of the new clothes Susie had foisted on him that day. Clad in the loose jeans that he had compromised on when the vilely cheerful woman had tried to pour him into a pair of skinny jeans, and a gray long-sleeved button-up shirt, he left the lift and made his way over to one of the women at the receptionist's desk. "Hello, what can I do for you this evening, sir?" The brunette at the desk greeted him. "I'm looking for somewhere to have a good time. Do you know anywhere good nearby?" Potter replied shortly. "Oh yes, there's this great place." She broke off abruptly, looking at something on the computer screen before her for several moments. "Sorry about that. There's a great place I know a few blocks over, Mr. Potter, that I think will have what you're looking for. I can give you directions if you'd like." She smiled. "Sure." Potter shrugged, not really caring about the particulars. Moments later, he was on his way. Potter impaled the twisted thing through its stomach with a spear of ice, pinning it to the wall. Before ducking the claw that would have taken his head off and severing it, and the arm it was attached to, from the body wielding it. The slimy, bat-like creature snarled at him, ignoring its lost limb. Before its head exploded in a gory shower, the magician turned to the creature he had pinned to the wall of the large bedroom, intending to interrogate it, only to find it slumped lifelessly, blood dripping to the carpeted floor. He inspected the room about him, ignoring the 2 hookers he had killed. It was a back room of a classy escort service, apparently one of the better ones in town. The room was done up in Gryffindor colors and old Victorian modeling, much like the majority of the building, despite its office-like appearance from the outside. There was only one door, and the fight had been quiet. Aside from various thumps and crashes, which he didn't expect to draw any unwanted attention. Turning his attention to the dead creatures, Potter inspected them with a critical eye. They were ugly beasts, With dark flabby skin and bulging eyes, stronger and faster than their frames gave them any right to be. They had also appeared completely human as they led him to the RO. On one of the upper levels of the building after he chose them. He had been completely unprepared for them to shed their skin and attack him as they had, but he hadn't survived as long as he had Heil at odds with the Ministry and the Dark Lord by being slow, and it wasn't the first time a prostitute had tried to kill him. As he considered his next plan of action, Potter reflected that he really shouldn't be as surprised as he was. He had been expecting directions to a club when he approached the receptionist, not a brothel, regardless of how high class it was. He should have been more suspicious. Ah well, no use crying over dead hooker monsters. Stepping from the room into a thickly carpeted hall, Potter closed the door quietly behind himself. He was on the 5th floor of the building, and if he was smart, he should be able to sneak out without drawing any suspicion. "What are you doing here alone?" a sharp voice demanded. "Guests are to be escorted." The woman paused, taking a deep breath through her nose. "Is that blood on your face?" Potter wiped his hand across his cheek and examined it. Part of the creature that ate a blasting curse must have hit him. The woman, an elderly lady in a slim, expensive red dress with her dark brown hair done up in an elaborate style, bustled over to him. "We can't have you leaving here without tidying yourself up from your fun and games," she admonished. "Really, my girls should have taken care of you already." "They're a bit indisposed," Potter admitted candidly, although inwardly he was bemused. "I imagine they are," she said knowingly, as she produced a handkerchief and began to wipe at his cheek. Potter, with manners and survival instincts ingrained from childhood and through most of his school career, didn't protest as what looked like a form for him. "Oh, this just won't do," the elder woman fretted. "Here," she licked her thumb and made to wipe the blood away. A euphoric, blissful sense of exultation fell over the magician as the woman before him smiled cruelly, all traces of her grandmotherly act falling away. Another set of hands began to massage his shoulders from behind while their owner held herself against him. He could feel her breasts pressing into his back as the unseen woman began to kiss his neck, laving his skin with her tongue. "Silly wizard," the older woman taunted. "What did you think would happen? That you would just walk out of here after killing 2 of my own?" She tsked sternly, a pleased gleam in her eyes. "You will be a useful thrall." A spike of rage cut through the fog in Potter's mind. "Thrall?" he asked slowly, his heart pulsing in time with his magic. He had been drugged, he realized vaguely. This wasn't going to end well. "Oh, you didn't know about the Red Court, did you, child? Such a foolish young wizard. Our kiss, our venom, will strip away all your inhibitions and take you to heights you've never felt before whether you want or no," she revealed with a smile. "Bearing fangs that had no place in an old woman's mouth, and you shall love us for it," she gloated. "Girls, make sure he is properly addicted. Don't release him from the effects until you're quite certain he is under control." "Yes, madam," several voices behind Potter chorused. He felt a number of hands take his arms and hold him in place securely, additional mouths plying him with venom. "Inhibitions." Potter slurred, anger thrumming in his veins. "Mistake, bitch." The magician struggled in the grip of his captors, but was unable to shake their unnaturally strong grip. He went still for a long moment, before letting out a guttural roar and shifting. The women holding him place were thrown off as his body twisted and grew, limbs and torso swelling to many times their size. White fur erupted across his body and his jaw elongated, turning into a powerful set of fangs pulled back in a vicious snarl. The floor creaked as his weight increased exponentially. The Red Court madam stared incredulously at the mammoth polar bear before her that took up the entire width of the hall. A wave of hot air hit her as the largest land predator in the world growled, the rumbling of its chest sending vibrations through her bones. Potter gazed at the creature before him. It stank of blood. The fog in his head had cleared with his transformation into the larger form. But his instincts were still in control. He was surrounded by predators. Smaller and weaker than him, but still predators. And they treated him like prey. They dared to treat him as prey. 1.5 ton of enraged carnivore lunged forwards with surprising swiftness, kicking out with a back leg as it did so. The madam leapt to the side, but was too slow to completely avoid the attack. while one of the women holding him was bowled into her fellows. Potter bit down and pulled back, his powerful hind legs leaving gouges on the floor. The madam's right arm was rank. Head from her body as she was forced to dodge away from the swipe of a massive paw that would have taken her head off. Shapeshifter, the madam snarled, ignoring the blood dripping from the stump on her shoulder. Potter spat her arm to the ground in disgust, seeing it transform into the same leathery, wrinkled form as the creatures he had killed in the other room. He could feel the other attackers behind him. Watching his bulk cautiously, there were 3 of them. The madam's eyes narrowed, and she gave an almost imperceptible nod. There was the barest sound of movement from behind the magician. The polar bear spun with more speed than it had any right to, paw outstretched to clobber the charging creature in the chest. It was slammed into the wall, its torso crushed into a bloody pulp. A second creature followed on its heels, only for Potter's jaws to fasten around its waist. With crushing force, his jaws tore through its body, bursting it like an overripe melon as blood flecked over his maw and marred his previously pristine white fur. The madam was on him then, scampering over his back in her bat-like form while clawed fingers scrabbled at his eyes. Vicious scratches were torn open atop his head and neck, causing him to roar in anger and pain. He reared up, his massive form allowing him to crush his attacker against the roof and wall. The creature ignored its pain as it clung to his shoulders, questing for his throat with bared fangs. Distantly, Potter realized that the third of the creatures that had restrained him had fled, leaving the madam to fight for herself. Again and again, he slammed his back against the wall and ceiling, trying to dislodge the foe on his back. Feeling the creature weakening, Potter turned his back from the wall and allowed his weight to carry him backwards, aiming to squash the madam to the floor beneath his weight. The creature released its grip at last, leaping out from under his crushing weight. It shrieked in anger at the wounds it had sustained. The polar bear drew in on itself, before shrinking back into the form of a young man with messy black hair. He stared down the bat-like thing, waiting for its next move as his wand hummed in his hand. "Vile brat," it croaked. "You could have been first amongst my pets. All you had to do was submit. Now you have to die." The magician bared his bloody teeth as green eyes crackled with rage. "I am Harry James Potter and I do not submit," he snarled, voice rippling with power. The wand flicked once and the creature found itself struggling to move, like it was running underwater. Before the wand flicked a second, then a third time. A pair of large hands stretched out of the hull from either side of the creature, grasping her around the neck and waist before squeezing tight. They held her in place for a long moment, before pulling apart in a sudden act of violence. The red court madam was torn in two, blood painting the hull as the hands dropped. The corpse and receded back into the walls. Shrieks and howls began to echo from around the building. Potter stalked down the hall, leaving bloody footprints in his wake. His ire was raised, heart pumping rapidly as he allowed his instincts to guide him. There was blood in the water. The first door he passed was blown off its hinges and into the hall. A reflexive blasting curse reduced the door to splinters less than a second before it hit him, and blew a hole in the gut of the misshapen figure that had launched it. Two more of the red court creatures rushed towards him from another room, giving Potter a glimpse of a corpse lying within. Potter threw another blasting curse at the first creature, adding to the blood covering the hull. The second creature he caught mid-leap, leaving her to float helplessly as he turned and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe that would have carved him from hip to shoulder. He gutted the attacker that had approached from behind almost casually, before turning back to the creature that was still hovering midair, watching as she tried to swim through the air in frustration. She hissed at him when she caught his gaze. Ignoring his captive, Potter looked around the hall. He had dealt with 8 of the creatures with ease, but wading through an entire building of them was just foolish. After a complicated series of gestures with his wand, a faint shimmer of a spell moved through the air comparatively slowly and his the creature, causing her to slump bonelessly, victim of a coma curse. A stream of flame issued from his wand, twirling about him like a gymnast's ribbon. A simple gesture, and the flame leapt onto the walls where it began to devour the plaster hungrily. Not wasting another moment, Potter grabbed the slimy leg of his captive and disappeared with a fane now burning building and its inhabitants behind. Awareness was forced to the forefront of her mind, leaving her with a pounding headache and blurry vision. There was no gradual recovery. One moment she was out cold and the next she was awake. She was Cynthia, a member of the Red Court and until recently, a mid-class escort at one of the brothels run by her court. And at that particular moment, she was tied to a tree in the middle of an absolutely silent forest. Running over her memories, the vampire realized that the last thing she could remember was going to sleep the previous morning after a night's work. She had been taken from her room, out from under the noses of her superiors in a building full of her kind. She was I.N.T. erupted before she could consider what this could mean, however. "Hello there," a cheerful voice broke the silence, as the young man it belonged to strolled out from behind a tree, a pleased smile stretched across his face. On principle and hoping to subdue her captor long enough to escape from the flimsy ropes that held her, Cynthia spat at the human, hitting him square in the cheek. She wrenched at the ropes, expecting them to snap under her strength, only to find them much stronger than they appeared. That wasn't particularly nice now, was it? The black-haired man frowned as he wiped her saliva from his cheek with a handkerchief, apparently unaffected by the narcotic effects of Red Court venom. "Fuck you," she snarled, still struggling at the ropes binding her. "I'd just as soon not," he replied dryly. "I've seen what you hide under that human skin of yours." Cynthia paused her struggles to glower at her captor. "Who are you, and what am I doing here?" she asked imperiously, looking down on the human who was still smiling at her, despite sitting on the ground while tethered to a tree before him. "I'm so glad you asked me that," he answered, for all the world looking thrilled at her questions. "Usually they spend a good 5 minutes cursing me before they get around to that part." "Oh, I'm sorry," he slapped himself on the forehead. "How thoughtless of me. I'm Harry Potter. And you're here to answer all my questions," he beamed at her. "Doesn't that just sound great?" Cynthia stared at the man for a long moment. She was beginning to suspect he was slightly unbalanced. And she had no interest in remaining the captive of a madman whose motives she was unsure of. She twisted her wrist around uncomfortably and began to saw at the rope with her nails. "Oh no, you can't do that," Potter chided, reaching into his sleeve. "You haven't answered any of my questions yet." Then he drew a slim stick of wood from his shirt and flicked it in her direction. Cynthia shrieked in pain as her hands were sliced from her wrists without warning, as if by an invisible blade. "Wizard," she hissed. "Here's how this is going to work," Potter explained as he hunkered down before her, a pleasant expression still on his face. "I'm going to ask you questions, and if you answer me, I'll cauterize your wounds. Answer me nicely, and I'll numb the pain. Don't answer me, and I'll cut something else off. How does that sound?" Cynthia cursed him, and suggested several unpleasant things he could do with his mother. A displeased expression crossed T. He magician's face before her left foot was cut off. He waved his wand again and the severed appendages flew over to form a small pile where the vampire could clearly see them. "And I haven't even started with my questions yet." Potter shook his head disapprovingly. "It doesn't look like this will end very well for you, does it?" The creature tied to the tree said nothing, snarling and whimpering at the pain. When she quietened down, Potter tried again. "Are you going to answer my questions?" he asked in a hopeful tone, twirling the slim stick of wood he held between his fingers. "Yes," Cynthia grunted, trying to ignore the blood that she could feel leaving her body, weakening her. "Excellent," Potter grinned, before waving his stick again. Cynthia flinched, expecting to lose her other foot, only for the pain to come from the leg already injured. The smell of burning flesh drifted around the clearing as the stump at the end of her leg burned, sealing the open wound. "See, that wasn't too hard. 2 more questions answered and you'll stop bleeding out, then I can start numbing the pain." Cynthia held back a pained curse, hoping that the sadistic wizard didn't cut her up again once she'd answered enough questions to be healed to give her motivation to keep answering. "Now," Potter prompted, somehow creating an elaborate armchair and sinking himself down into it. "Let's get into it, shall we?" As he watched the burning corpse of what he now knew to be a Red Court vampire, Potter contemplated what he had learned. Vampires were real in this world, however. Unlike his old world, there were several variations of them and they had organized themselves into coherent political structures rather remain moderately powerful nomads. He knew the strengths and weaknesses of the Red Court and the Black Court, as well as the existence of the White Court, although his captive had been too low level to know anything that was not common knowledge about them. The Red Court group that he had run into apparently made their way in the world by finding humans they thought useful and addicting them to the venom that was their saliva. He smirked slightly at this. It had been a long time since any enemy of his had even bothered trying to supplant his will. He frowned as he began to tidy up the clearing of the secluded forest. So far, his hotel hadn't proven to be the best choice of residence. They had some sort of rodent problem judging by the number of small creatures he swore he could feel around his apartment. They had directed him to a brothel. She was run by distinctively unattractive hooker monsters, and insisted on calling him at ungodly hours to hound him about payment. Perhaps it was time to find somewhere new. Feeling tiredness creeping back up on him after a day of work and the night's adventure, Potter turned on his heel and disappeared with a faint snap, thoughts of a comfortable bed on his mind. Harry Potter leaned against the balcony railing as he watched the sunrise, a hot cup of tea hovering within arm's reach. He had rarely missed a sunrise since he had started living in the house nearly a year ago. After watching the morning arrive over the great lake his balcony looked out over, he made his way back inside, passing through the glass doors that bordered the top floor of his home, doubling as windows. The interior of the house was one large room, with a second-floor loft that stretched over half the open space and served as his kitchen and living space, opening out onto the balcony as it did. The lower floor was his entertainment area, one wall dominated by a large media system that he had splurged on before discovering the contrary nature of technology around himself. A number of smaller rooms branched off the main one, bedrooms, bathrooms and a laundry. Harry smiled as he looked over his home, sipping at his tea. Marconi had had it built for him over the remains of the burnt-out home of a rival that had apparently run afoul of Dresden some time previously. It had remained unclaimed due to the lingering effects of the dark magic cast by the previous owner, something that was easily cleaned up by his particular brand of magic. The best part of it was that the house had been completely free, a bonus for taking care of the Macfin business. Personally, Harry just thought Marconi had gotten sick and tired of his bitching about the hotel whenever he saw him. These days, he spent his time running odd jobs for Marconi, performing the tasks he needed someone he could trust to carry out and generally enjoying a somewhat lazy existence. His repute at the ranks of Chicago's underworld, rumors of the magician and the wizard, men who could pluck a thought from your head or hurl fire around with ease becoming popular topics of gossip amongst those who believed such things. He had heard nothing of the vampires since his run-in with them at the brothel all those months ago. Oot still kept an eye out for the signs of them that he had learned to watch for, especially the Red Court. Nothing could hold a grudge like a creature that could live for centuries. Harry completed his morning routine at a leisurely pace, taking his time with his breakfast before heading for a shower. An enjoyably hot shower. He might have put up with a TV, phone and radio that only worked occasionally. But after the first cold shower he had taken steps. Some wizard he would be if he resigned himself to cold showers without a fight. Stepping out of the shower and into the steam-filled bathroom, Harry dried himself off and wrapped the towel around his waist before approaching the fogged-up mirror, toothbrush in hand. He wiped his hand across its surface, revealing his reflection and the smiling woman standing behind his shoulder. The magician reacted instinctively, toothbrush held like a dagger as he spun to stab the intruder in the eye, his free hand calling the wand that sat on a nearby shelf to him. The improvised weapon met no resistance as it passed through empty air, while his wand soared into his grip as he faced an empty bathroom, adrenaline racing through his veins. An amused laugh came from his back, prompting him to turn and face it. The woman, a redhead that looked vaguely familiar, was still standing behind his own reflection. High cheekbones, delicate lips and fiery, intricately braided hair that clashed with bronzed skin gave her an otherworldly beauty as she stared at him in amusement. "My," she smiled to herself, holding a hand over her lips, "jumpy, are we?" Harry glanced over his shoulder once more to see an empty room before looking back at the woman in the mirror, of whom he could only see from her bare shoulders up. "Not at all," he smiled charmingly in return. "Just wondering how I managed to miss such a beauty in my own bathroom. And such an actor too," the woman exclaimed with a pleased air. "You're a man of many talents, aren't you, Mr. Potter?" Harry continued to smile at the figure in his mirror despite the shiver that ran up his spine when she spoke his name. I like to think so, he agreed, placing his toothbrush down on the sink. Now, as I consider it an absolute crime to have such a beautiful woman in my house without knowing her name, may I inquire as to yours? Oh, you charmer, the woman waved him off, blushing slightly. Call me Zora, and to what do I owe the pleasure of your company this fine morning, Zora? Harry asked with an interested expression. Well, I was in the area, so I just thought I'd drop in, Zora replied airily. You know, see how you are, catch up on the gossip, bind you to my will. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Harry told her politely. I thought you She said you were here to bind me to your will. No, you heard me right, Zora told him cheerfully, her image flipping red hair over her shoulder. I thought so, Harry replied mildly, his expression flat, at odds with his tone. Then his wand was raised, the incantation of a painful curse upon his lips. Harry James Potter, Zora's voice reverberated through the air. A sharp pain cut through Harry's chest, agony rippling along his muscles. His wand fell from fingers that could no longer grip it. Oh, I'm sorry, Zora told him with mock sympathy. Didn't I mention, you're already bound? Don't fuck with me, bitch. Harry snarled at the smug image in his mirror, abandoning all pretense of manners with one hand grasping at his chest. I will bring hell down upon you. And how will you do that? When I can bring you to your knees with naught but your name? Zora asked him sweetly, when you know not where to find me, or even who I am. Harry glared at his tormentor as the SPASM running through his chest finally subsided. The tanned woman in the mirror took his silence as a sign to continue. Don't worry, I didn't come all the way out here just to have a chat, Zora revealed generously. I have plenty of things for you to do, you needn't worry about keeping busy. You think you can turn me into your bitch just like that? Harry snorted derisively, crossing his arms. That was merely because I could. Zora smiled at him, revealing a hint of the malice behind her cheerful facade. You will obey me because you have no choice. Try me, Harry whispered, leaning in to goad the woman. You will submit to me, Harry James Potter, Zora stated his name like a title. You will obey me, Harry James Potter, she continued, yellow eyes burning in the mirror. You are bound to me, Harry James Potter. Harry felt the world fading around him, his senses dulling with each word the woman spoke. Color seemed to drain from his vision as he marshaled his mind and magic in one last effort to retain his will. He felt the magic settle just as he blacked out, his last sight the woman in the mirror inspecting him with a cruelly pleased expression. Harry came to slowly, finding himself staring at his bedroom ceiling. His mind was blank for several long moments as he sought to recall something extremely important that hovered just outside the edge of his memory. He smiled as it returned to him in a flash of insight. He needed to go downtown, to a place called Hammer's Liquor Store and open a way to the Never Never. He needed to follow that and sneak into the manor house that belonged to that bastard Abaddon. He needed to kill Abaddon while he was distracted by the Wildfey incursion on his territory. He needed to get out without leaving any survivors who knew of his presence and return to his house for his next task. He needed to murder the bitch who thought she could dominate his will. Harry clutched at his still wet head as a throbbing migraine set in and two sets of desires warred within it. He wrestled with the compulsions that lay upon him, bringing forth his magic in an effort to smother them. A corner of his mind observed his struggle dispassionately, dictating to his subconscious how best to evade the greasy tendrils that sought to ensnare his will. It was this corner that allowed him to resist the binding he was under. Separated from his consciousness in the last second before he had blacked out in the bathroom. The pain of fighting the binding was rapidly approaching his already ridiculously high pain threshold. His muscles twitching as uncontrollable spasms ran down his limbs. When he began choking on his tongue, the isolated corner of his mind recognized that he needed to end the fight soon. Steeling himself, Harry reached into the darkest corner of his mind and past it, drawing forth the thoughts and memories that he had long ago secured outside of his casual grasp, thoughts and memories that he had perused only once after gaining them before isolating and locking them away as thoroughly as he could. For a split second there was a red sheen to Harry's eyes, then his back arched and his face contorted in pain. If he could have, he would have screamed. Abruptly, it was over. Harry sagged back into the bed, coughing harshly as he rolled onto his side and he could breathe again. He had dealt with the compulsion infecting his mind, isolating it behind the barrier he had first constructed 7 years ago. Now all that was left was to deal with the source, and for that, he needed information. He was off to see the wizard. Harry battered on the heavy steel door of the basement apartment, checking over his shoulder as he waited. He had felt a pair of eyes bore into his back ever since he had having apparated to his destination after regaining his wits and reordering his mind from throwing off whatever compulsion the woman Zora had attempted to ensnare him with. Quarantining a section of his mind to keep it safe from outside influences allowed him to fight them off without suffering directly from the consequences of doing so, but it also twisted his mind in a haphazard and bizarre manner, the hazards of studying occlumency alongside Luna Lovegood. Raising his fist to hammer on the door once more, he paused as he heard the sounds of irritated, exertions coming from its other side. He tilted his head curiously as the door was slowly shunted open a few inches at a time, part of a bare female leg visible where it was braced against the wall to help open the door. After the door opening was a shoulder's width wide, the leg dropped from its position on the wall and was replaced by a Hispanic woman wearing an overlarge shirt that he had met several times before. "Hello, Susan," Harry greeted after taking a moment to survey her appearance with a slight grin. "Dresden not in?" "No," Susan replied with a level stare, her arms twitching to fold themselves under her chest before she restrained herself. Harry's grin widened as he observed the action, knowing exactly why she had stopped. "Mind telling me where he is then?" he asked. Susan stared him down for several long moments before relenting. "He left a note saying he was going to St. Mary of Angels Church," she revealed somewhat reluctantly. "I think I know the place," Harry accepted, eyes defocusing as he attempted to picture the location in his mind's eye. Satisfied that he knew where it was, he winked at Susan and gave her another once-over, enjoying her look of irritated resignation before turning on his heel and disappearing. Harry stumbled to the side as he reappeared in an alley across from the enormous St. Mary's Cathedral atop several bags of trash. Catching himself against a brick wall, he brushed himself off and made his way over to the parking lot across the road where he could make out a memorable blue Beetle. The magician leant against the colorful car, taking in the damage that had been done to the surrounding area. Someone, or something, given Dresden's presence, had done a number on the car park. Several cars were completely trashed, and a number of trees lay where they had fallen after being uprooted and flung about. The sound of boots scraping along gravel alerted Harry to another's presence. "Potter," Dresden greeted easily, if not warmly, as he approached. "What brings you round these parts?" he asked, affecting a bad Western accent. "I'm chasing some information," Potter replied, pushing himself off of Dresden's car. Dresden came to a stop before Potter, leaning on his staff. "What sort of information, and what are you going to give me for it?" he inquired idly. "You're still seeing that Rodriguez woman," Potter remarked, seemingly off topic. "Yes," Dresden replied, drawing the word out. "I'll get you a reservation for 2, fully paid, at that new Italian place, and a night's stay at the Fairmont," Potter offered, naming the latest wildly popular acquisition of Marconi's. "Not that Dresden knew that, and the best hotel in Chicago, and in return you tell me everything you know about how someone's name could be used against them." "You want to know about names?" Dresden asked seriously, rubbing at the stubble on his jaw with one hand. "All right, jump in. I'll tell you all about names, and you can tell me why you need to know." "Someone used my name against me at my house this morning," Potter began without preamble. Dresden nearly stalled the car as they pulled out into the heavy traffic of the morning rush. "What were they after?" the wizard asked as he regained control of the Blue Beetle. "I was commanded to kill someone," Potter revealed, toying with the fraying edge of his car seat. "Is that so?" Dresden asked airily, eyebrows raised. Unnoticed by Potter, his hand drifted down to the gap between his seat and the door. "Yeah, some guy called Abaddon," Potter waved it off. And I want to know is how this bitch has any power over me just by knowing my name." "If she knows your name, then you're in a bit of trouble," Dresden warned him. "But this could be a good chance to find out how you got to this world in the first place." The only way to summon an outsider is through their name. So as long as you haven't done anything incredibly stupid. Dresden trailed off as he caught sight of the sheepish look on Potter's face. You've done something incredibly stupid, haven't you? How was I supposed to know my name could be used against me? Potter scowled. More like how could you not know? Dresden muttered. How many people have you told? He sighed as he took a corner with a worrying squeal of brakes. Not that many, Potter defended himself. Less than 10 in an entire year. Less than 10. Dresden would have pinched the bridge of his nose if he hadn't been driving. Most of them are dead though, Potter added helpfully. I don't even want to hear about it, Dresden grumbled. How long do you have until you're compelled to kill this guy Abaddon? Strange name, he remarked as an aside. I'm supposed to be on my way now, Potter shrugged casually. But I freed myself from the compulsion and quarantined it until I can deal with it properly. Someone named you and you broke their control. Dresden would have gaped if he weren't too smooth for such an expression. I'm Harry fucking Potter. Potter smirked arrogantly at the slightly gaping Dresden. No one controls me, he finished with a hint of iron in his voice. The car was still, and for the next several minutes as Dresden turned over several trains of though in his mind. It was a woman, he asked, breaking the silence. 3 guesses how she got you to lower your wards to let her in, Dresden grinned at him. You must strive to master your base desires, young Padawan. Potter snorted. Like I'm going to fall for something like that. No, the bitch appeared in my mirror as I was stepping out of the shower. In your mirror? Dresden demanded sharply. Describe her. Bronze skin, hair a mix of red and orange, braided. Yellow eyes, angular face. Exotic, Potter responded rapidly, without taking time to consider his answer. Identified herself by the name, Zora. Dresden turned the info over in his mind, before deciding on his answer. Fuck, he replied succinctly. Fuck, Potter inquired curiously. Fuck, Dresden affirmed. I hate to say it, but it sounds like you've caught the attention of a Phi, the wizard expanded. Summer, at that, he added. I've heard a bit about the Phi. Something about deals, staying away from them and living in another realm. So, Summer Phi, Potter replied, turning his head inquisitively. Shit, Dresden pondered the best way to quickly explain the danger a Phi represented. Quick version. A race of mixed beings that live in the Never-Never, split into 2 distinct groups, Summer and Winter, Seelie and Unseelie. There's also the Wild Fae, but you don't need to worry about them so much. Phi love making deals with mortals, it's how they gain power and rise in their courts. A Phi is incapable of telling a direct lie, but they can misdirect like a champ. Iron is their kryptonite, but they don't like running water either, he revealed rapidly. Seeing as how the Phi that tried to bind you me and through your mirror rather than just waltz through your threshold, it's probably a minor to mid-level 1, something you should be damn thankful for. Oh, Potter questioned shortly. Titania and Mab, the queens of the courts, could go mono a Phi with the entire senior council on their own and have a 50-50 chance of winning, Dresden told him seriously. Don't fuck with them. Potter nodded slowly, taking the time to acclimatize to the idea of an enemy that outclassed him so utterly. Dresden had filled him in on the with few occasions they'd had cause to talk over the past year, giving the magician a good idea of the magnitude of powers they commanded. He hadn't survived to such a ripe old age by acting the fool, and so considered advice to stay away from beings that cool. Curbstamp a wizard capable of kickstarting volcanoes and tsunamis to be sage wisdom. The name Zora rings a bell in a bad way, too, Dresden mused distractedly. If she's not something on the level of Theseus' queens, I can deal with her, Potter told him confidently. I've got a bit of a plan already. If you say so, Dresden replied with a hint of doubt. Going against anything that knew my name isn't something that I'd relish. Quote, Potter drawled, but you're not. Not Harry fucking Potter. Yes, you've mentioned, Dresden cut him off wryly. Potter shrugged unrepentantly at the look the wizard was directing at him. Just so we're clear, he grinned cheekily. I'll sort out my end of the deal before I head off to deal with this Zora, he continued on a more serious note. There's just one more thing. What is it? Dresden asked guardedly. The last time Potter had used that line, he'd blackmailed him out of the last of Mac's beers with the threat of telling the man how he served them. chilled. I don't suppose you know how to open a way to the Never Never, do you? Dresden rubbed his chin consideringly. I can't help you right now, but I have something that can. It's a spell construct I made up, Dresden was saying as they pulled to a halt outside his apartment with a faint protest from the brakes. Doesn't have too much brains about it, but it can follow basic instructions. Mostly, he amended with a slight scowl. And it will open a way to the Never Never for me. Potter pressed. Yes, Dresden replied confidently. Then he hesitated. Well, there is one small issue. Yes, Potter asked in a long-suffering tone. You'll have to wait until sundown, Dresden shrugged. The spell won't survive during the day. Why not? The magician demanded. Cleansing properties of the sun and all that, the wizard replied as if it should mean something. Potter frowned at the information. He was stretching things as it was. If he waited another 8 hours or so, his plan would be that much more difficult. His frown disappeared as a thought occurred to him. These cleansing properties, Potter mused, they can be avoided. They can, Dresden affirmed. But only by taking shelter within a protected dwelling. Why do you ask? I have a cunning plan, Potter announced with a smile. Goddammit Baldric, Dresden muttered under his breath. So much for keeping his spell construct a complete secret. A man with messy black hair, clad in jeans and a well-worn leather jacket stood outside Hammer's liquor store. At his side sat several pounds of Imperious Alley cat, its eyes flickering orange under the midday sun. What little foot traffic there was stepped around the pair without thought, a subtle subconscious message allowing them to avoid what they couldn't see. It's been a while since I've been able to stand under the sun, the cat remarked idly. I can't imagine it'd be high on Dresden's priorities to take something like you out for a morning walk. The man replied dryly. The cat snorted. Potter, please. Like there's any chance you really believe I'm some sort of semi-intelligent pre-made spell. I am possessing of far too an august presence to pass under such a plebeian cover. Quite, Harry agreed with a perfectly straight face. Interesting thing too, this cloak of yours, the cat continued slyly. You said your father created it. That's what I told Dresden before he went down into the basement to get you where you couldn't possibly have heard me. Yes, Harry replied easily. Please, the cat sniffed. Repeat. Ing itself and cleanly ignoring Potter's implied accusation. I can feel the age and blood seeping through it. Either you had an ancestor talented enough to craft an item to last centuries or you killed someone who did. It asserted without sounding too concerned which option was true. But if this cloak of yours is only 1 generation old, I'll stay away from smutty romance for a month. Such surety, Harry remarked idly. Are you sure you want to risk that? It would be a horrible fate, the cat stated pompously. Nevertheless, I am certain. Harry snorted at the cat's put-upon mannerisms. Before the pair returned to watching the liquor store, the cat lasted 2 minutes before it spoke up again. So how old is this cloak, anyway? It asked absently, as if not particularly interested in the answer. What's your name? Harry countered with a question of his own. Bob. Bob the cat replied shortly. How old is it? He asked again, more insistently. Come on, let's go see what we can find out from Mr. Hammer. Harry nodded to the man standing behind the counter of the store they were watching, ignoring the ferocious scowl that appeared on Bob's face. A bell tinkled above the door as Harry entered the store. Having slipped out from under his cloak, he stepped over Bob as the still invisible cat tried to trip him up by walking across his path, still able to sense the animal's movements through his connection to the cloak. Howdy there, the shopkeeper greeted. What can I do you for today? Harry glanced at the man's name tag before replying with a practiced smile. Well, Nathan, I was hoping you could help me out. The missus sent me down here to pick up a bottle of her favorite drop, but I was a mite distracted when she was telling me which store to head to. I was hoping I could describe her, and you could tell me if you'd seen her before. Harry finished his spiel hopefully as he slipped the tip of his wand from his sleeve. Subtly, he cast several charms around the man in an effort to determine if he were more than he appeared. Nathan shrugged amiably. Sure, there's only one other liquor store on the street, but, he trailed off. Oh, Harry inquired politely. You don't want to go there, Nathan warned as his pleasant demeanor fell away, leaving a chilly expression in its wake. They're expensive, he warned, head tilted to the side as he glared out of the corner of his eye. Horribly expensive, An awkward moment carried on for several seconds, before the storekeep grinned again, returning to his previous happy-go-lucky expression. "But give me a description, and I'll see if it rings any bells," he encouraged, ignoring his previous outburst. "She's got her hair done up in various shades of red, tanned skin, a bit of height about her." Harry rambled out. "Yellow eyes," he finished as a random aside. Nathan's brow furrowed in thought. For a brief moment Harry thought he saw the man's brown eyes flash blue, but then he blinked and the instance was past. "I can't say I've ever had the pleasure of dealing with her," he answered, "but if you'd tell me what she wanted, I'm sure I could help you out." "She was after a 21-year Glenfiddich," Harry reported, taking the opportunity to glance around the somewhat dusty shop. "Ah," Nathan exclaimed approvingly. "An excellent choice. I'll fetch a cool bottle from the stockroom." In short order, the sale was rung up and Harry made his way out of the shop, bottle of scotch in hand, an invisible cat trailing behind him. Once outside, Bob turned to him. "What was the point in all of that?" the cat asked distractedly as it watched a young woman stroll past. Harry looked at Bob askance. "I now have a bottle of 21-year-old scotch," he explained slowly. "That was the point of it." Tapping the bottle with his wand, the magician slipped it into a pocket that should have been far too small to accommodate it. "So," he rubbed his hands together, "how do we go about opening a way?" Bob the cat rolled his glowing orange eyes. "First, we need to find somewhere unobtrusive going to freak out the locals. There's an alleyway behind Hammers that looks promising." Harry nodded, and gestured for the cat to lead the way. The alley Bob had indicated was gray, filthy, and resembled every other alleyway Harry had seen in his life. "You don't seem to have any trouble seeing me through this supposed invisibility cloak of yours," Bob remarked idly as they made their way deeper into the alley, approaching a corner that would take them out of sight of the street. "The cloak belongs to me," Harry answered flatly, "and it will never veil another from my sight." "Okay then," Bob murmured to himself, not taken back at all by Harry's sudden change in tone. "This looks to be as good a place as any." Without further comment, the cat began to emit an orange glow, before a swarm of orange lights swam out to form the outline of a doorway against the brick wall of the alley. "Done," the cat stated in satisfaction. "That's it?" Harry asked dubiously. "Yes, it is," Bob replied with a trace of irritation. "It's not going to scatter me over the cosmos when I step through it?" Harry pressed. "Not if I opened it correctly," Bob answered, not sounding overly concerned if he had or not. "Is it going to make me horribly ill?" the magician asked suspiciously. "Probably not." "Will it take me where I want to go?" 50-50. "Is there a chance that there's something waiting to eat my face on the other side?" "Entirely possible," Bob told him cheerfully. "Lovely," Harry deadpanned. "Why the hell didn't Dresden just drop me by here and do this himself?" "I couldn't possibly imagine," Bob shrugged. "I believe he's caught up in something himself. There are probably damsels involved. He'll eventually have to come to me for help. I will save the aforementioned damsels, and then they will thank me," the cat expanded. "That's how it usually goes, in any case." "I'm sure." Harry nodded his agreement. "Here, have a bottle cap." Before Bob could puzzle out Harry's strange statement, he felt the protection of the invisibility cloak swept from his body. The cat hissed in pain and surprise as it was exposed to the sun's rays, before an old bottle cap hit him between the eyes, startling him into silence. A second later and the cat was gone, along with the bottle cap Harry had thrown at it. Sighting the way beginning to wobble, Harry wasted no time in stepping through it. It snapped shut behind him, leaving the alley empty but for various items of rubbish. Several moments later, the back door of the bottle shop opened, to reveal Nathan the shopkeeper peering out. Seeing nothing of interest, the man shrugged and retreated back into his store. Harry's first step into the Never Never was taken in a field of waist-high grass that swayed gently amidst a warm breeze. His second step was a quick shuffle to the side, in order to avoid the shrieking gremlin-like creature that leapt at him, jaws wide and drooling as it attempted to eat his face. An instinctive blasting curse met the creature mid-leap, hurling it back in a blast of flame. Harry blinked in surprise at the conflagration, before wheeling to the side as another of the small vicious creatures leapt out at him from the long grass, claws outstretched. A thin whip of flame lopped off the thing's head, this time without causing the rest of the creature to spontaneously combust. A number of low growls echoed throughout the large expanse. Harry could see more of little bastards zipping about through the grass, hidden from sight save for the ripples in the grass left in their wake. A quick circular gesture of his wand sent a wave of force outwards from his position, flattening his immediate surroundings and flinging another gremlin up into the air. Almost casually, Harry drew a bead on the creature's chest and released a well-aimed piercing curse, piercing curse that then blew the thing to pieces. Harry frowned at his wand, thinking over the strange reactions of his magic to this new plane, and he was very clearly not on Earth any longer. The very colors of the world around him stood out as different in a very alien manner. Yellow hues dominated the surrounding flora, while the sky slipped into royal purple all around the horizon. The gremlins had quietened after Harry's easy dispatching of 3 of their number, although the magician could still make out a quiet chattering carried by the wind around him. He took the opportunity to further examine his surroundings. On one side, the field he stood in was bordered by a forbidding forest, gnarled trees looming menacingly from atop the small hill they began on. To the other, a long hedge wall stood, stretching along and around the field save for a wide golden archway in the middle. It was a maze, Harry realized. He could make out the glow of a large fire against the late afternoon sky coming from the other side of the maze. There was an insistent pull from behind his mental shields, and Harry understood where he needed to go. Around him, the growls of the creatures that thought to hunt him began to pick up again. Harry dove forward at the sudden presence of one of the gremlins right at his side, narrowly avoiding a slash of dagger-like claws that would have ripped out his kidney had they connected. He returned the favor by cutting it down at the knees, leaving it to snarl helplessly as it attempted to crawl towards the cover of the grass, only to be answered by a blasting curse to the head. Harry examined his wand again. It appeared that the strange behavior of his magic was only occasional. With the death of another of their kind, the remaining gremlins in the area raised an outraged howl, a howl that was answered by more and more of their kind. The ripples in the vast grass field grew more frenzied as a mob of the creatures began to circle him, edging closer with each rotation. Harry glanced towards the golden archway that was his current destination. It was some distance away, and the creatures were almost upon him. The compulsion, locked in the corner of his mind, insisted he leave no surviving witnesses to his presence, but he wasn't personally inclined to waste his time killing each and every one of the little bastards currently circling him in detail. He had a much better idea. He tapped his wand to his shoulder, before flinching as a current ran through his body, jolting him painfully. On second thoughts, he would have to adjust his plan. It seemed his wand wasn't too fond of him at the moment. Now, to get clear of the field. All motion around him stopped abruptly, before a series of high-pitched yips echoed throughout the suddenly silent field. Then the beasts howled as one and charged towards him en masse. Harry grinned in anticipation, slipping his wand back into his jacket sleeve. His body began to swell, white fur sprouting through his skin as his fingers thickened and grew into claws. He fell forward onto all fours with a heavy thump, before drawing in a large breath. 1 ton of angry, polar bear announced its fury to the world at large. He charged forward, squashing one gremlin underfoot like an overripe banana and bowling several more over as they attempted to slow him. Gash's hat would have sent his organs spilling over the ground before were now mere annoyances to be shrugged off. Shrieks of anger erupted from the creatures as they caught sight of Harry's white fur, their attacks increasing in ferocity. Yet for all their viciousness, they were little more than gnats against the raw force of Harry's charge. The great bear slid to a stop underneath the golden archway, shrinking in size as it returned to human form. The gremlins, sensing weakness, surged forward, their beady little eyes unable to make out the smirk on Harry's face. The magician gestured widely, his wand taking in the boundary of the field. The air seemed to shrink in on itself for a moment, before bursting aim, rapidly consuming the dry grass of the field. The howls that had been full of anger only seconds ago turned to fear as the gremlins turned and tried to flee the oncoming wall of flame. The fire seemed to have a life of its own as it surged forward to consume the little beasts. Circling around the edges of the field to allow no escape, Harry surveyed the blackened field, absently wiping a few flakes of ash from his face. His fire spell had come easily, and acted more aggressively than he had expected. Something else to consider when he next had the chance. For now, he had a maze to navigate. He scowled. He absolutely loathed mazes. A burning whip erupted from the end of his wand. Harry cracked it overhead, sending sparks flying and resisting the urge to conjure himself a cowboy hat. He had a maze to cut his way through. It could affect our whole future, Hermione told Harry and Ron, as they pored over lists of new subjects, marking them with ticks. Ancient runes looks fun, Harry mused, looking over his own list. Ron gave him a look of shocked betrayal, while Hermione beamed at him. I'm so glad you think so, Hermione gushed, flipping her own list over to the runes page. Some of the history behind it is intriguing, and the way you can find L runes scattered amongst Muggle archaeological sites is just fascinating. Harry shared a brief eye roll with Ron before he responded. I suppose those bits aren't so bad, but I was more interested in the practical side of things. Practical? Hermione asked, flipping pages with a frown. Oh, Harry, that's not until the middle of 6th year. What? Harry scowled his reply. Guess the stupidly hard subject isn't worth it after all. Ron stated brightly. Oh, I don't know, Ron, Harry answered casually, in a tone that his friends unfortunately knew all too well. If I study ahead on the parts that matter, I should be able to puzzle out the practical side of it well enough. Ron groaned in an exaggerated fashion, while Hermione threw him an exasperated look. Harry, she began reproachfully. Runes isn't a subject where you can just forge ahead on your own. Making a mistake with runes is much more serious than miscasting a simple spell. You need supervision if you want to practice advanced magic like this. You mean like we did when we tried out those fire spells last week? Ron asked with a grin at the thought of the fire spells he had taken far too much joy in discovering. Or when we tried object-to-animal transfiguration the week before that. Harry added. Why? No. I mean yes. If I hadn't been there, Ron would have set himself on fire and you would have had to find a way to explain to Professor McGonagall where you found a mutant turtle. Harry grinned triumphantly. See, Hermione, we do have supervision. Hermione let out a sound that was half groan, half shriek of frustration. Pulling at her hair. Harry had used the same argument on her when he had first started moving far ahead of their classes and exploring new magic that they wouldn't be touching in classes for several years yet. For all her cautions and protests, she never could resist the lure of new knowledge, much as Ron, for all his complaints, had caught the same bug as his two closest friends that gave the rush that came from achieving magic that they were told was beyond them. I think you're underestimating the challenge that runes presents, Hermione began, ignoring the grins on her friends' faces that said they knew she was about to capitulate, but if we're careful, we can likely study ahead on our own in this subject too, she grudgingly allowed. Of course we'll be careful, Hermione, Ron began innocently. When aren't we? Hermione gave the two of them the look, and received a pair of sincerely contrite expressions in exchange. What other subjects were you interested in? She asked resignedly. Well, arithmancy looks useful, and care of magical creatures. Harry slashed his way through yet another hedge wall, his nose crinkling in distaste as he took the scent of the burning gremlin that had been hiding within as it fell to the ground in 2 pieces. He examined the fire whip that was burning with unusual intensity, turning several possibilities over in his mind. Save for its greater power and tendency to light the things he was cutting on fire, the whip hadn't exhibited any other unusual tendencies, unlike his blasting curse which had set a gremlin alight. Or his failed flame-freezing charm which had given him a small, if rather unpleasant burn. He wasn't so blind as to miss the common factor between the separate occurrences, either. The magician made his way down a long, narrow path, heading towards the center of the maze. Casually, he flicked his wand over his shoulder, curling the tip of the whip around the neck of a gremlin that had attempted to sneak up on him. The creature dropped headless to the ground and he hacked a path through the next hedge wall on his next swing, revealing a large clearing, devoid of the soft grass that had carpeted the maze so far. Instead, dry earth pervaded the empty clearing. Empty, that is, beside the large, dirty white mass of something that sat squarely in the middle of the open space, ensuring that he would have to go past it in order to continue through the maze. Sure, he could double back and cut his way around the large thing that was probably some sort of guardian of the maze. But that just wasn't his style. Why? Because he was Harry fucking Potter, that's why. Wand raised, he took a step into the clearing. The creature shifted and gave a great snort, as if alerted to his presence. A set of 4 stocky, misshapen legs unfolded beneath it as it got to its feet, sending mild reverberations through the ground. It shifted its massive bulk to face the intruder, and Harry found himself facing something he never would have expected even after all his years dealing with weird shit in the wizarding world. The creature he faced towered above him, nearly 15 foot tall, and had 6 arms to go with its 4 legs. 2 of its arms were occupied by a pair of wicked-looking great axes that seemed to glow with an inner flame. Harry blinked, took another look, then blinked again. Take away the legs, arms, and great axes, and he was facing a potato. A giant, murderous potato. A mocking smirk began to make its way across his face, before it was quick wiped away as the giant killer potato gave a mighty bellow from a fang-lined maw and charged across the clearing, axes held aloft like they were weightless and thirsty for blood. A gout of flame burst from his wand to meet it, only for the beast to leap to the side, easily avoiding the spell. Harry reacted quickly, with a focused blasting curse that punched through one of the arms holding an axe. The spell left a hole the size of a melon that was ignored completely. A spell to slow movement hit the creature's center torso to no effect, followed by another cone of flame that was avoided equally as easily by the beast. Barely impeding its charge, cursing, he cracked his fire whip into existence around the joint of one of its legs, before severing it from beneath the rabid potato monster, causing it to topple forward and lose its momentum. The magician dove out of the way of the stumbling monster and rolled to his feet, sending a trio of dark cutters into its side. The curse's hat could leave deep gashes in solid rock were only moderate annoyances to the creature. It regained its balance and changed direction quicker than Harry would have thought possible, closing on him rapidly. He cast another spell, this time on the ground in front of the being. Sharp spikes of rock began to rise from the earth, only to crumble into dust before they could impale his foe. Cursing at the failure, Harry watched as the 2 axes were raised in preparation to split him in 2, noting that the hole he had blown is already healing. Harry closed his eyes as the axes fell, before smirking as the creature bellowed in rage as its weapons found only empty space, its prey disappearing into thin air. Then he swore in shock as a portion of his left arm below the elbow fell from his body, splinched. The creature turned as the scent of blood reached it, drool falling from its maw, to see its prey standing wounded on the far side of the clearing. Levitating his arm back into place, Harry reattached it with a sticking charm. Before placing it in stasis, he would deal with it properly later. Now, his ire was raised, concentrating fully upon his task and ignoring the monster that was again charging him. Harry made a number of quick, concise and careful flicks with his wand, muttering an incantation beneath his breath. The tall hedge behind him began to rustle and shift, and the gremlin within it let out an agonized shriek as it was impaled by numerous thin wooden branches. Harry sank to his knees and rocked back on his haunches, keeping his focus on the spell he was weaving. When he was in his 7th year, Dumbledore had taken to teaching him numerous ways to improve his sporadic control of the more complicated transfiguration and animation spells he was teaching him. One of these exercises had included transfiguring and animating something of the surrounding environment and having it do battle with his mentor's own creation. Despite the usefulness of the task in improving his control and concentration, Harry suspected that Albus had chosen that particular method of teaching purely because of the fun that they had in pitting their golems against each other's. As the maze guardian passed the center of the clearing, Harry completed his spell. There was a cracking of branches, followed by a shower of leaves and blood droplets falling on him, before a long, spindly wooden leg stepped over his crouched form. 2 more thin wooden legs joined it, revealing the amorphous body the 3 limbs supported. The hedge monster scampered forward to meet its foe, leaves shaking everywhere as it chittered angrily. Harry's foe ignored his creation, sparing only a moment to bat it away with one axe and continue its charge, only to find the animated bush cling to the arm that had struck at it. 2 of the unoccupied arms attempted to tear it off unsuccessfully, finding that the bush had thorns that had embedded themselves in its flesh. The hedge monster began to swarm over the creature, its spindly legs digging into the ground and setting out roots. Within a minute, the only thing visible in the clearing was a thrashing bush that was entrenched in the clearing. What Harry guessed was the potato monster's blood began to spread from under his creature, and he directed it to grasp its foe even tighter. The beast gave out an agonized roar, and Ari snapped a small ball of flame at the base of the hedge. The flame circled around his pinned foe, before growing inwards and upwards. The bush and the creature it contained were immolated in seconds. Harry smirked at the conflagration that had been his opponent. When in doubt, burn it to the ground. Rising to his feet, the magician beat the dirt from his jeans. He still had a Phi to hunt down. But before that, with a frown, Harry removed the sticking charm keeping his left arm in place and levitated it before himself, inspecting the damage. Fixable, but not something he would attempt in hostile territory while his magic was acting strangely. Shrinking the severed limb, he placed it in a secure pocket of his leather jacket before tapping his wand to the stump of his arm and focusing. He incanted a Latin phrase. And for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, the stump began to writhe and bubble as a silver substance grew out of it. Slowly, a new appendage boiled into shape. Harry clenched his new fist, enjoying the strength he could feel behind it. It wasn't the first time he had been forced to fashion himself a new limb on the spot, and it likely wouldn't be the last either. In some ways it was a pity that prolonged use of a limb like this resulted in silver poisoning. Examining the limb with a critical eye, he took in the flame and phoenix motif engraved in the arm. That certainly hadn't been intentional. Shrugging, he put it from his mind for now and considered his location. If this was the center of the maze, then he was halfway to whatever it was protecting, likely the Phi Abaddon. He turned to the hole in the maze wall left by his hedge monster, and was lifted off his feet by a fist sinking into his gut. He wheezed as his breath was driven from him. Before he was grabbed by the back of his neck and hurled across the clearing, bouncing across the dry earth before rolling to a stop. "Who sent you?" the powerful voice of his attacker demanded, ringing with authority. "Which cur thought to send a mortal wizard to end me?" Harry coughed as he got to his feet, left hand pressed to his ribs and his wand held loosely in his right. As he regained his breath, he took a moment to examine the newcomer. For a brief moment, Harry felt a small pulse of intimidation. His attacker stood tall and was clad in the bronze armor of a gladiator. He wore his helmet like a crown, intense dark eyes staring out from under it, and he regarded Harry like a king would a peasant. This was a man who rightfully expected the subservience he was due, and looked all too ready to use the short blade in his hand if it wasn't received. "Well," he demanded, clanging his sword against the small round shield he held and heightening the undercurrent of intimidation Harry felt. "Tell the truth." The demand rang in his ears, and Harry suppressed a snarl in response. Clearing his mind, the sense of intimidation fell away like a curtain, and the Phi standing before him was reduced to just another supernatural being that would rip his head from his shoulders if he let it. "This is your first time in the Never Never," the Phi proclaimed, inhaling deeply. "I can smell it on you. The wild Fae you conscripted were dealt with long before your arrival." Harry's head tilted to the side, betraying his curiosity. "You are more ignorant than I took you for, mortal," the Phi derided. "If you are unaware of the flows of time within this realm." "Oh," Harry questioned, putting on a politely interested air. "Do tell." The Phi snorted. "You shall not gain further insight from me. Mortal, you have trespassed against me, and for that I shall have your head." "Abaddon?" Harry questioned suddenly, and for a moment the Phi was put off. "You are aware of who I am. Yet still you challenge me. More fool to you," Abaddon proclaimed, hefting his sword and his shield. Harry made no reply, save to smirk as he finished mending what damage he could his ribs before making a mocking, "Bring it," gesture with his free hand. Abaddon clashed his sword against his shield and charged forward faster than Harry could dodge. A wave of concussive force met the Phi, stopping him in his tracks. His heels dug into the ground as he struggled to remain grounded. A slash of his blade cleaved the force holding him back in two, freeing him to close on the interloper once more. Abaddon's blade cleaved his foe's head in twain, only for the image to fade away into smoke. A volley of chains whirled towards him from his side, prompting him to drop to avoid capture. The attack was too swift to avoid completely, and he was caught across the jaw by the tail end of a chain. Harry watched in satisfaction as Abaddon cursed and held a hand to the wound that would have shattered the jaw of an ordinary mortal. "Chains of iron," Abaddon accused with righteous fury, before calming slightly. "No, not true iron. I shall have your head for this wizardry, he claimed, taking his sword hand from his face to reveal that the chains had left him with a blackened mark on his jaw that was rapidly fading. You're welcome to triumphing his nails on his jacket. His foe growled, and an orange flame surrounded his sword. A heavy sense of power collapsed upon Harry, nearly forcing him to his knees and pinning him in place. Abaddon charged once more, blade questing for his throat. Malicious triumph shone in his eyes as he bore down upon the immobile wizard. Harry reached up and casually grabbed the aflame blade by the tip, uncaring of its sharpness. The Phi wasted a moment staring incredulously at the feat, before wrenching his blade free, or attempting to. When the sword remained firmly in the smirking wizard's grip, he channeled further fire to it, intending to burn the arrogant wizard's hand from his body. Instead of the scent of burning flesh, the silver arm began to glow, designs and patterns upon it becoming highlighted as the heat grew. Silver arm, look into my eyes, Abaddon. Harry encouraged softly, his casual uncaring demeanor falling away. The Phi found himself drawn unwillingly into gazing at the suddenly sickly green depths, shining with victory. Legilimens. Far beyond the darkest recesses of the shadowed corners in Harry's mind, a small imperfection appeared on an impenetrable, inhuman barrier. Harry retreated from the mind of the Phi the instant he felt the insanity welling within it. Having retrieved the information he needed, the magician swiftly stepped away from the now gibbering Abaddon, watching in guarded confusion as he screamed soundlessly. Body in spasm against the ground, he stared in horrified curiosity as the Phi tore out his own eyes, blood from the torn sockets streaming down its face. There was a sharp spike of pain in his head, causing him to close his eyes and rub at his temples. It passed quickly, and Harry cleared his head with a shake, before refocusing on the matter at hand. This action to his mental probe was unprecedented, and something told him it went beyond the strange behavior of his magic within this never. Abaddon continued to claw at his bloody sockets, gnashing his teeth and chattering a litany of inhuman phrases that soured and twisted the very air. Harry swore he saw a small piece of brain matter fly out at his opponent's scratching. Mercifully, he blew of the Phi's head with a blasting curse. A wave of unexplainable dread washed over him. This was no mere ill reaction between conflicting magics. His foe had been driven to tear his own eyes out by something he had seen within Harry's head, something Harry himself was unaware of. None of his memories could have provoked such a reaction, not even those he kept bound behind a rigid set of bars he had constructed himself and rarely dared to touch. This was a troubling new development, and one he did not have time to ponder at that moment. He would have to conclude his business with the Phi swiftly before he could devote his energies to solving this mystery. With naught but a slight frown to betray his internal conflict, Harry centered himself and focused on the details he had torn from Abaddon's mind. Taking great care with his magic. As he disappeared with a faint pop, a small creature fluttered from its vantage point atop a nearby hedge wall. What she had just observed held value, and her queen would wish to know it. Harry surveyed the lavish villa from atop a nearby hill. It was nestled in the middle of a wide valley, and surrounded by slopes of vibrantly green grass. Swarms of butterflies fluttered around the area, and a lark warbled its greeting from a nearby copse of trees. Somewhere within the villa was Zora, the bitch who had tried to enthrall him. He was going to give her another chance to try it. 11 inches of holly and phoenix feathers sang warmly in his hand, and he smiled. Raising his arms, Harry flicked his wand into the sky, and drew on the fire that waited. Strands of flame escaped from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a small sparrow. The sparrow flew into the air, growing in size as it did. The sparrow twisted into a swan, as it passed through a swarm of butterflies, consuming them in an instant. There was a flurry of movement down in the villa, and the multitude of butterflies in the area suddenly honed in on Harry's location with a purpose, revealing themselves to be small fairies. A fireball from the villa was launched at the fiery swan that hovered in the sky, detonating on impact. Instead of dissipating the construct, the swan absorbed the attack and swelled once more, throwing its wings wide and raising its head in a triumphant cry. The enormous phoenix descended upon the villa like a comet. It impacted with a roar, flash roasting anything within 100 yards. The earth shook and silence pervaded the area for a long moment, before the fairy swarms that had been coming for Harry quickly reversed directions and fled. Leaving the wizard to make his way down to the villa, he spun on his heel and dissipated with care, having no intention of either walking down the hill or splinching himself on arrival. Arriving in one piece this time, he surveyed his surroundings, ignoring several burning figures stumbling around blindly. Even if his suspicions bore out and the Fae were fire-resistant enough to survive, they were no threat to him in their current state. He wondered idly if Fae needed oxygen to survive. He hoped so. Harry turned about just in time to catch sight of a closing portal. One he recognized from his entrance to the Never Never. Bitch thought she could escape just like that, did she? He'd see about that. Leading with a magical shield, he strode through the port, with scant seconds to spare before it slammed closed behind him. As he stepped into the mortal world, his shield bulged and rippled, before a column of fire crashed impacted upon it. The flame flowed around the shield as it began to fracture, and Harry took the chance to disapparate several meters to the right. No longer focused on maintaining his shield, he watched as it shattered explosively, overwhelmed by fire and scorching the well-kept green turf around it. "Harry James Potter," a voice shaking with fury challenged him. Harry grunted as if slapped at the statement of his name, before smiling thinly as he took in Zora's scorched appearance, ignoring the way her burnt clothes came teasingly close to revealing her body. Rather than respond, he sent an overpowered banishing hex at his foe. Zora grimaced in pain as the force of the spell hit her like a truck, forcing her back several paces. "Harry James Potter," she repeated angrily, "you are bound to me, enthralled to me, indentured to me. Cease your attacks and serve my will." "Fuck you," Harry offered with an insolent smirk, before a dark look crossed his face. "Stronger beings than you have tried to take my will. What makes you think you have any chance? I have your name." Zora screeched angrily as she summoned another torrent of fire to hurl at him, composure thrown to the wind. "And we'll have a little chat about where you got that, too," Harry responded pleasantly, even as he froze the flame solid. Another flick of his wand and the stream of ice became an enormous python, which turned on the Fae. "You spoke your name a myriad of times with such careless abandon, I thought it to be a trap," Zora revealed tauntingly. "Then I realized you were merely an arrogant fool." She blasted the advancing snake with another gout of fire, before changing tactics and throwing waves of tiny flames whirring through the air at him. A thick wall of ice was Harry's answer. The wall stopped. The numerous blades of flame in their tracks temporarily, but more and more came and quickly began to wear the barrier down. Casting his gaze around, Harry finally realized where they stood, in the middle of an empty stadium. Gesturing with his wand, he began to rip chairs from the concrete they were bolted to and hurling them towards Zora from all directions. She responded by releasing a saint of fire projectiles and devoured the icy wall blocking her from her target, only to find that he no longer hid behind it. Zora spun on the spot, bringing her arm up in time to block the wizard's attack. Wielding his wand like a dagger, he had attempted to stab her in the back. She smirked as she gripped his wand and snapped it like a twig, or attempted to. Finding the seemingly fragile piece of wood unyielding, Zora looked into vibrant green eyes and nearly began to froth at the mouth at the amusement she found there. "Harry James Potter," Zora snarled for the third and final time, "you will submit." The last thing Zora felt before she blacked out was the sensation of falling. Zora came to under a blisteringly hot sun. While this was not normally a cause for concern, the fact that she could feel herself affected by the heat was shitty weather, isn't it? A disinterested voice cut through the oppressive weight of the sun. Scrambling ungracefully to gain her feet, Zora pushed herself off the sand she lay on. She swayed as she stood, finding herself standing at the top of a colossally tall sand dune. Turning to the only other figure in sight, she shot dead her eyes from the glare of the sun that shone at their back. As he drew closer, Zora took in the sight of the insufferable wizard who was somehow responsible for her current situation. She conjured fire, prepared to smite him where he stood if an explanation wasn't forthcoming, only to receive no response. "You have no power here," Harry stated, his gaze sweeping across unending desert, before grimacing. "Strangely, neither do I. Where are we?" Zora questioned sharply, attempting to regain control of the situation. As she waited for an answer, she took in his attire. While she still wore the same burnt summer clothes she had during their fight, the wizard was now clad in some sort of druidic robe, bare of all adornments save for a bracelet that drew her eye. I would guess this to be a part of my mindscape, Harry revealed with an expansive gesture, which Zora's eyes followed, fixed on the bracelet. It was woven with some unidentifiable material, and a small gray too. TH was held in place at the underside of the wizard's wrist. The tip pierced the skin, suckling steadily at a tiny vein. Your mindscape, and you've so generously invited me in? Zora asked with a sly smile. Silly little wizard, what did you hope to accomplish? Zora, Harry began kindly as he turned to face her, I'm not locked in here with you. A chill ran down Zora's spine, completely ignoring the sweltering heat. As the red eyes of the wizard fixed on her own. You're locked in here with me. Harry watched dispassionately as the body of the Fae who had sought to enslave him withered into a husk. The corpse fell to its knees, before a solitary breeze that carried the death rattle of thousands sanded it down, the grains of its corpse pouring to the desert floor to join the uncountable numbers of its fellows. The magician turned in a full circle, taking in the alien landscape. This was not a part of his mind, yet he had entered through it. He glanced down at the bracelet on his wrist. A tiny eye was engraved on the tooth that fed on his blood. It blinked at his gaze, sending his pulse skyrocketing before he brought it back under control. He ran a hand over the material of the bracelet itself. It was organic, perhaps strands of muscle of some unknown creature. They were deathly cold to the touch of his fingers, yet gave no such sensation to the wrist it was clasped to. He shivered, having never felt the overwhelming heat that Zora had been exposed to. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, determined to discover all that he could with the chance he had been given. As he couldn't quite see himself driving someone to insanity every time he wanted another glimpse at wherever he was. Mentally, Harry reached out to examine his surroundings, and let off a scream as his surroundings looked back. An iron cage crashed down around his consciousness and dragged him down, down, down. Harry woke on his side with the scent of smoke in his nose. He stumbled to his feet, wand in hand and alert for threats. A small patch of burning grass nearby was the source of the smoke, and it would quickly die out. Searching for his foe, he found the still corpse of the Fae laying several meters away. The last thing he could recall was her will questing into his mind, followed by a vague sense of unease that he had forgotten something terribly important. Zora had not died easily. Blood streaked across her face, leaking from the remains of her tongue and dripping from what used to be her ears. Brain matter clung to her nails, the remnant of a crushed eyeball clasped in one hand. Her sanity had been destroyed just as surely as Abaddon's. Right then and there, Harry resolved not to delve deeply into the minds of any but his surest enemies. His was a torture beyond that of the Cruciatus, and one that might still be harmful to himself as well. He flicked his wand, encasing Zora's remains in ice and summoning them to himself. After several more spells to remove all trace of his presence, he dissipated with a faint crack. Harry appeared in his living room and was hit by a wave of fatigue, the events of the day catching up with him. For some reason, the sun was rising outside again despite it still being late afternoon, yet he couldn't quite bring himself to care. He levitated the icicle Fae over to his dining table, setting it down carelessly before releasing the sticking charm on his conjured silver arm and detaching it from his shoulder, sending both it and his real arm to join the Fae. Another flick of his wand and the sound of a shattering mirror filled the house. He'd reattach his arm and fill Dresden in the next day. He needed to rest, and think on the discoveries and mysteries he'd come across within his own mind. Beyond that, nothing short of open warfare in his kitchen was going to pry him from his bed before he was good and ready. He'd dealt with more than enough shit for one day.